It'll also open you up to networking opportunities as well as to some great chit chat opportunities with your friends.
That's right, and that's what really all this is about, because in-person events, one of the big aspects is networking, getting to interact with people. That is still applicable here today on this virtual event, so you can still join in on the conversation. And I'm excited because, as Kaylee mentioned earlier, we have an awesome lineup of guests, speakers, keynote speakers, fireside chats that I think is going to really stir a lot of conversation and spark a lot of thought going into this new year.
Absolutely. So we're going to move right into our keynote this morning, and we've got Thomas Wasson. Joining him is Mickey Cloud, Executive Director at the Sasha Group. We're going to get right into that. And also, before we do that, give a big thanks to our sponsors. We've got to thank Factor 8 and SalesDrip for being our sponsors of the event today. Let's get right into this keynote. Here comes Thomas Wasson.
Bill, were you here for my...
Welcome to the Sales and Marketing Summit. I'm Thomas Wasson, a trucking expert here at FreightWaves, and super excited to have on, and it's joining me, Mickey Cloud, Executive Director at the Sasha Group. Excuse me. We're going to talk a little bit about the evolution and the new frontier of marketing. So for those of you folks who want to get a leg up and catch up on what's been going on in the world post-pandemic, super excited to have him on. Mickey, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, excited to be here.
And, looking at coming from the pandemic, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, describe to us a little bit about how's the landscape kind of changed? Are we going in like new directions, or what are some things that people who are finally coming out of this post-pandemic world, what should they be aware of?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the fundamentals of marketing haven't changed, right? In terms of understanding consumer attention and behavior and how you can leverage that to drive action. But, I would say that, the Sasha Group is part of a VaynerX company, and we're led by serial entrepreneur, a guy named Gary Vaynerchuk, who has been kind of at the forefront of leveraging technology and following consumer attention where it is today, and not necessarily thinking about the legacy media platforms that maybe we're building businesses 5, 10, 20 years ago, but he kind of calls it day trading attention, and really understanding where attention is for consumers right now. And that starts with the phone, right? Like, this is the number one device in a consumer's life, whether that's it's a B2B decision maker, or whether that's someone you're trying to sell, cereal to. And the pandemic has definitely, there was definitely some shifts that caused, consumer behavior to change during the pandemic specifically on the phone and the apps that people are using. And we kind of, I'd say the biggest one obviously is probably the rise and emergence of TikTok. It really saw a huge growth spurt in 2019 into 2020, and then in the pandemic. And beyond the platform itself and the usage of it, I think what the vertical video with sound on, with kind of a feed that serves you content that you're interested in, so less based on necessarily maybe who you're following, has had implications across social media. We kind of call it the TikTokification of social media. And now you see it on Instagram and Facebook with Reels. You see it on YouTube with Shorts. And I think, full screen vertical video, and what TikTok has with that algorithm that, this is really a pretty big shift in the social media landscape, which is where, and we fundamentally believe that social media is where brands are being built today. It's the place where you can build brand relevance and target, the actual, the people that you're the cohorts, the audiences that you're going after, and kind of the TikTokification of social. Really, what that kind of breaks down to, and what that means is, for the past 10, 15 years, social media and apps on your phone were really built on you scrolling through a feed based on who you followed, right? So brands paid money, or they spent a lot of effort and time to build up an audience and a following to then serve content to those people over time, right? What TikTok has done is it's more about kind of the merit of the content, of the creative. And, it is now possible to not have hardly any following on TikTok, but yet get content that is seen by thousands, tens of thousands, millions, hundreds of thousands, millions of people, and that kind of earned distribution of your content was not as possible in a LinkedIn, or it really wasn't even possible until you go back to like the early days of Facebook fan pages. LinkedIn has some of that built into it. Twitter has some of that built into it kind of natively, but TikTok has really kind of pushed that the furthest.
So it feels like it's kind of forcing a bottoms up approach. So back in the past, like I'd buy a bunch of followers, or I'd work on growing this brand to where I had like 2 million followers, and I'm just shooting it out there like a scatter shot, hoping eyeballs look at it. That's kind of where the TikTokification comes in, right? If I'm understanding it, is that how this algorithm's prioritizing it needs to be authentic, and then it boosts it organically bottom up.
Yeah, and you can run paid ads on TikTok, and those we've seen that have a lot of success as well. But it has really, I think, to your point, it has made the quality of the content be at the forefront, right? And so where you have to be as relevant as possible, you have to be you have to bring value. And that's at the end of the day, that value can come in the form of entertainment, and that's what you saw in the early, if you were headline reading in 2018 and 19, TikTok was teenagers dancing, right? Like, or silly things like that. What we've seen through the pandemic and certainly into now is TikTok's actually made up of deep kind of niche communities where, you can find, you can have people talking about trucking and really like, what are the challenges that truckers face, and what are the challenges that, and how do you kind of best navigate different road stops and things like that, and like maximize your time or your things that are challenges for you when you're out on the road. It can be how to learn how to garden, there's so many things that where people are making serious content, not silly content, and are having a ton of success with it. And so I think people, especially in a B2B context, tend to scoff at the idea of using TikTok, but I actually think that when most of the market is not paying attention to it, is probably some of the best times to really get in there, learn, see what's working, and double down on that.
That's what I was curious about, is from a B2B context, because I know business to consumer, you can get those massive followings, you can get the brand, you can get the influencers, but business to business feels like it's uncharted. It's almost like you said, I'm going to keep it on my traditional legacy channels. Is that something where they should consider looking into diversifying their spend and putting smaller portions into, targeted things like TikTok? Because I know we talked a little earlier about legacy, traditional media like what we're used to, which is like biddable, and then looking at things like TikTok and reach. Like, how do you kind of make your mix if you're a marketing person trying to convince someone, hey, we need to get in TikTok for our business?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not the decision maker ultimately, and you're trying to convince a boss or an owner to invest there, the best way is always just, all right, what percentage of the ad spend or of the overall marketing effort can we put towards experimental platforms, right? And then use whatever budget that is to create content for TikTok. In a B2B context, LinkedIn immediately comes to mind as a platform that if you're not thinking about necessarily like print or TV or out of home, and you're like, all right, hey, I want to do more in digital, LinkedIn, from people, not necessarily from brands, and LinkedIn organic distribution. Like LinkedIn has their feed works because there are more people consuming content on that platform than there are people making for it. So you alone putting out content 2 times a day, 4 times a day, whatever it is. And I say a day, meaning, it doesn't have to be a long form article, but it could just be, hey, here's an interesting question that I got asked the other day, or here's, I think it goes back to bringing value, right? So is it education? Is it entertainment? Is it thought leadership? Is it presenting something in a new way with an infographic or something like that? And so LinkedIn organic is certainly a place where you can take advantage of kind of the earned distribution opportunities there. And then TikTok and Twitter are 2 platforms that in a B2B context where there tend to be thought leaders kind of in niche markets or niche industries. So supply chain, trucking, logistics. I guarantee you there are people on TikTok and Twitter and LinkedIn who are putting out tons of content day in and day out in those, in those niches. And sometimes it could just be about, all right, let's do some research and identify who those people are. Maybe they have a podcast, maybe they have a show, maybe you reach out to them and say, hey, I have someone on our team who is a thought leader and expert on the topics you're talking about. Can I have them on your show, or can I be on your show, and can I show that off? And then you use that appearance on someone's podcast or show or whatever, and you create content off of that. I think that's another thing that with these channels, it's not just a make one piece of content and move on to the next one. It's about how do you squeeze as much content out of the production effort that you're putting into it, whether that's an appearance on a podcast, whether that's an article that you're writing. How do you turn that into 5, 10, 20 pieces of content by breaking it down, by taking out quotes from it, by, and then if you're the person who wants to host one of those shows, that's a great way to do that as well. Because now you're inviting peers, you're inviting, potential prospects and things like that onto your own platform, your own show, and you're providing content for them that way. It's a much, from a sales perspective, it's much easier to reach out to someone and say, hey, would you mind coming on my podcast? I'd love to talk to you about, software implementation for freight brokerages. Then say, hey, can I show you a demo of our product, right? Like, it's a much warmer way to kind of do some of that outreach and connection.
I think that's cool because, like, it's almost incorporating, traditionally you make your article, your podcast, you send it, and that's it, and it floats around. But I like what your approach is. That's something I feel like I need to do too, is take the clip, and like a clip from here, for instance, let's say if you're a brand, you can take the 5 or 10, 15, 20-second clip, then you post it on like Twitter, you post it on TikTok, or you have an article and you have someone talking with it in the background. Those are ways, like you said, that there's experimental platforms that you normally discount. You're still sewing it out, because I think there's a cool concept we were talking about a while ago was about how you still want to use these platforms that are newer, even if they go away, because that audience is getting exposed and you want to hit them earlier versus later.
I think in addition to that, you're building the muscle yourself, right? Like, the only way to get good at making content on the internet is to do it, right? Like, and to do it and get and see what works, see what resonates, and keep going at it. It's like push-ups, right? Like, you can't read about doing push-ups. You just have to start doing push-ups, and you start doing more and more and more. And so I think that whether, and I think the other thing to talk about is, when you're making those clips, when you're pulling that out, it's about making it native to the platform. So turning it into a tweet thread on Twitter is going to perform better than just taking a clip that's built for 9:16 and like a YouTube, landscape, and throwing that up there. Or, all right, let's pull out the vertical video and add, captions over top of it with cuts to, other videos or imagery that's going to make it so that you're not just staring at one person's face for 15 seconds, but you've added some movement to it to make it work on TikTok and Instagram Reels. On LinkedIn, it's about pulling out kind of what's that one sentence kind of hook that gets someone into it to open in and read further. And so it's about not only building out those clips, but contextualizing them and tweaking them slightly and for each platform, because like the voice I'm going to use on LinkedIn is probably different than the voice I'm going to use on TikTok, just to kind of be more native to those platforms.
I like what you're talking about voice, because looking at older brands trying to get into this, like think of Planners. Planners did a social media one. You have Wendy's. Like, for folks who are usually like even in supply chain logistics or a large consumer retailer or something, what are some ways they can do it? What are some examples of success stories that maybe they can take that to their boss and say, hey, look at this brand that managed to get into it, and here's how well they did?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have a ton of examples in the CPG consumer world of brands that have, made themselves more relevant by being, less product heavy, more culturally relevant on platforms like Twitter and TikTok and things like that. So, you mentioned Planters and Wendy's. There's hundreds of brands. Like Steakums is one of my favorites on Twitter to follow. A frozen meat sandwich brand that like has an existential identity on Twitter and like goes really deep. Like I think in Chattanooga, the Moon Pie brand is one that over the past last 5-6 years has done a great job of kind of building out its personality. It's a 100+ year old brand that has kind of breathed new life through its voice on social channels. But then even thinking about the B2B space, there's going back to that kind of thought leadership, there's a brand, Oakley Trucking, that is an owner-operated trucking company, and they've done 130. They do a weekly podcast where they interview truckers, owner-operators. They interview people from their industry, and it's all around like, what are the thought leadership? It's giving people in the industry a platform to show off what they know and to bring value. And they do a weekly podcast. I think they're on 130 something episodes now, and they pull clips from it. And then they also use TikTok and Instagram to show off, the more fun side of their people and of their personality and of their brand. And so, I think that I see when people kind of think of these channels in a skeptical way on for a B2B purpose or for old consumer brands, I always try to get them to flip and see it as an opportunity and talk about what's the, where are they wasting their dollars in other parts of the media plan or other parts of their marketing budget, and how can you siphon some of those out to put towards maybe an increasingly amount of money towards some of these digital platforms.
And kind of like tying everything together for 2023, it's January, everyone's thinking of a new year. What are some things that we can do to rethink the landscape, or what are some things we need to pay attention to this coming year, especially that you're seeing in the media world?
Yeah, I mean, vertical video had last year was really the year where all the other platforms started to go really heavy in on vertical video, and I think you're going to only continue to see that where understanding how to make native platform. I think so TikTok and Instagram both have a really great feature of a green screen, right? Where they're creating tools to make it easier for brands and for people to create content on their platforms. So a great example of that, and you even brought it up, was is how hard is it to go into TikTok or Instagram, pull up the green screen, research some articles from your industry, put that headline of the article on the green screen in the background and frame it so that you're just talking over that headline. Now, that headline is written by someone else. It's an article, it's an opinion piece, it's a hot take, and then it's you providing your 2 cents over top of that. And that is something that takes very little production experience to do. It's built into the app as, a feature. It just takes you getting comfortable with it and trying it a few times. And so things like that, where it's like, let's take advantage of those kind of tools that are naturally built in. And I think the green screen one is a really easy, and also kind of almost just, I don't want to overhype it, but I think it's a really great way for B2B people to create content that is, it doesn't take as much production effort as putting on a weekly podcast per se.
And for folks wanting to find out more or get in touch, what's the best way to either contact you or learn more about the Sasha Group?
Yeah, I mean, my email is mickey.cloud@thesashagroup.com. Our website is available. We offer education, consulting, branding, and marketing services for growth stage companies, for entrepreneurs and kind of companies up into the mid-market. VaynerMedia is our sister company that works with kind of the Fortune 500 brands of the world. There's 8 companies underneath the VaynerX umbrella. So there's always different ways that we can kind of work with partners and things like that. But yeah, email or just a direct inquiry on the website is probably the best way.
Perfect. Mickey,
find me on LinkedIn. Yeah.
Find me on LinkedIn. Yeah, I got the LinkedIn plug. I love it. And just want to thank you as well for coming on, giving us some insights here as we're moving into the next frontier. And folks, that's going to be it for this chat here at the Sales and Marketing Summit. Hang around, though. We've got a lot more folks as well. And y'all take it easy.
Thanks.
Welcome back from that excellent keynote with Thomas Wasson to get things started. Super interesting, especially talking about social media. Anthony, I know you're not the biggest social media guy, but it's fascinating to think about, especially when you talk about brand marketing and corporate marketing in a very kind of wild west world of social media.
Yeah, and it's great to hear from that keynote that there's hope for people like me, that you don't need a large following on a social media platform to get a lot of views or generate a lot of views on your content.
Absolutely. It's really just about saturating your platform with content, right? I think about some of the biggest influencers who have gone viral on TikTok or Instagram the last year and a half to 2 years, and it's not good content. It's just content, right?
Yeah.
It's the consumer today, your media consumer today, content is like dopamine to them, right? You're taking hit of it after hit of it after hit of it. I'm guilty. I'm on social media like all the time, but that's all you have to do is just create the content and they will come.
Yeah, and then it's also really interesting to really be able to craft your content to the platform that you're on, learning how to speak to LinkedIn audience, a TikTok audience, a Twitter audience, and it's different audiences, but they can all consume your content just if you know how to speak to them.
And the challenge there is how do you keep your authentic voice woven in through each of those different platforms? Well, that was great stuff there from Thomas. Of course, you can catch him here on FreightWaves for his show Loaded and Rolling, and you can subscribe to his newsletter as well for more great, funny anecdotes. He's a good guy to follow on social media too, not gonna lie.
He's entertaining at all times. We were just talking about it earlier. He is always, I think, the life of any kind of show that he's on.
100%. If you missed that keynote speech, well, no worries. You can head on over to tv.freightwaves.com following our show today and go catch that rerun. All of these sessions will also be up on our website, freightwaves.com, written up by our lovely editorial team following the event. Anthony, we're going to move into a block of fireside chats, but before we get there, let's give a big shout out to our sponsors.
That's right. We have some sponsors to thank, and we have Factor 8 and Sales Drip. Thank you both so much for making this event possible.
These events don't go on without the lovely help of our sponsors, so thank you guys so much for being here and supporting us here at FreightWaves. We're going to move on into this first block of fireside chats, and we've actually got some pretty good ones coming up again with Thomas Wasson. Mary O'Connell will be here as well, continuing this conversation about digital supply chain strategies and how marketing is kind of like herding cats. We're going to check it out. Don't go away.
If you lead a sales team, you get big challenges like rising sales goals, finding great people, and keeping them. You can't wait 3 to 6 months for new reps to get up to speed, because every team member not performing impacts your goals and your commission. Welcome to the Sales Bar. The Sales Bar serves up over 200 tactical phone skill resources missing from your current onboarding. These quick hit solutions help reps build confidence and get wins fast. It's easy for busy sales leaders to onboard BDRs, AEs, sales managers, and more, and provide ongoing development for every level, and even solve sales challenges on the spot with pre-built learning paths. Hey, we've all snoozed our way through boring online training. That's not what's on tap here. The Sales Bar is chock full of interactive and fun microlearning, plus powerful resources like script starters, cube hanger cheat sheets, activities, and even real recorded calls that help reps build skills fast. The Sales Bar also involves managers with quick reference tools like call grading forms, coaching cheat sheets, contests, and team activities that help skills stick. Sales managers even get their own development at the bar with tons of tactical sales management skills built exclusively for leaders of inside sales teams, so you can keep attrition low and sales performance high. The Sales Bar gives you an edge by providing the skills your team needs to hit quota faster, develop further, and stay longer. All available in a low-cost subscription model you can implement this week. Request a demo today and get sales results fast with the Sales Bar.
Hello, everyone. I'm Thomas Wasson, Enterprise Trucking Carrier Expert here at FreightWaves, and very excited to welcome you all to the Sales and Marketing Summit. Joining me today is going to be Michael Beeler, VP of Supply Chain and Logistics at Intellius, to talk about the evolution of the digital supply chain and some of the technologies as well as strategies. There's some super exciting stuff, so really excited to have Michael on. Michael, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate you letting me join you on the show. I'm excited to be here. It's TMS and digital technology is something that I'm passionate about. And it's really, if you look at the kind of the evolution of TMS, since the global supply chain disruptions, there's been an explosion of new technology in the supply chain and logistics industries. Not only TMS, but supply chain visibility, analytics like route planning and load planning, track and trace, weather reports. There's a lot of new add-ins and plugins, so to speak. And so I was hoping we could, talk about TMS and kind of how that's evolved and some of the cool new technologies, if you will, that you can you can plug in to make your TMS more effective and more efficient.
And I think it's exciting to look at the new tech coming up, because right now it seems that everyone's talking about visibility, but it depends on who you're asking and what you're doing with it. Let's dive into a little bit about what's the current state of affairs with visibility, and then what can we kind of look forward to?
Right. So, Jet McCandless, he's the CEO of Project 44, and I saw an interview with him not that long ago, and he was saying, we are going to have visibility of every car, plane, truck, train, and rickshaw. So, in order to do that, I kind of equate it to like Google when they were first coming out with Google Maps, and I was like, how in the world are you really going to, do you expect to map the whole world? And, then I saw, then I saw their cars driving around and they're taking pictures, and, then they're starting to use satellite technology, and sure enough, they came out with a product, Google Maps, which is a daunting task for to be able to do that. And when you look at supply chain visibility, it's kind of like the same thing, because there's an IoT component to it, but then there are also like Project 44 is building out their API network, and so I would say there's a couple of a handful of tech companies that are kind of leading the industry, like Project 44, Forkites, Shipio, Wakio over in France for Europe. But if you look at the technology behind it, it is kind of daunting. But I know that Project 44 and Forkites are on the cutting edge of not only building out their IoT network, so you've got sensors and devices available on different assets, but they're also building out their API network, which is kind of that's what's going to make everything run.
So almost like a digital map. So I think that's one of the cool things. We talked about it earlier before the interview about how a lot of folks are trying to make a legitimate almost map. And some folks in some industries have already started doing that. What are some examples we can look at to see to where the supply chain may end up looking like?
Right, and we talked about this a little bit, but Google, for instance, is creating really the first macro digital supply chain twin product in conjunction with Project 44. So Project 44 is going to be supplying them with the data that they have, and again, they're growing out their data points globally, as we speak, but Google is really the first digital supply chain twin product that is going to be available in the market, again, on a macro level, because they're using all of Project 44's data. But then what we're going to see in the near future is a digital supply chain twin where you are connected with your vendors, you're connected with your customers, and so you're really, if you're sourcing raw materials or the data that you're going to capture is not just within your company or within your own supply chain, because a supply chain it's much more than just what goes on in your company. It's what's going on with your vendors, with your clients, with your shippers. So ultimately, the digital supply chain twin will be available on a micro basis. And of course, you're going to have to get permission from vendors and customers and things. But ultimately, what we're going to see is a digital supply chain where if there's something that's, happens in a warehouse, like we were talking about, you can identify it and you can fix that in real time. So that's going to be the real-time visibility is going to be the thing that I think is going to make supply chains much more efficient in the near future. And we were talking about this a little bit, and so one of the things is how do we look at that data, right? So we've got this big supply chain, and you've got your operations, your trucker, your shippers, and you've got your vendors, and you've got your customers. How are we going to make sense of all that data, and how are we going to look at it? And there are companies right now, there's one in particular in Germany right now, who's making a 3D model that is able to support a digital twin or a digital supply chain twin. And although the digital twin technology is not really that prevalent in supply chain and logistics right now, it is very prevalent in, for instance, oil and gas. So I've had a lot of oil and gas customers and worked with them on different projects, and they actually use digital twins for their offshore rigs. They actually use the digital twins to do inspections on those rigs, so they can do an inspection at any time, and they don't have to fly a helicopter out there and have a staff go out or a team go out and do all these inspections, because sometimes they still do, but they're able to do a remote inspection via digital twins. So the technology is out there. It's being used in some industries. It's just we're not really mature in the supply chain world for digital twin technology yet, but like I said, it's coming around the corner, because Google has a product. They're partnered with Project 44. It's more of a macro digital supply chain twin, but it's coming. It's around the corner.
And for folks who want to learn more about what the digital supply chain twin and this new form of twin imagery, is that kind of like a way to access it as another layer with being able to view everything? Or what's some of the fundamentals for folks who want to kind of sign up and maybe participate in this technology?
So that's a great question. And when you look at a supply chain, most people, when they're looking at their supply chain, it's being done, maybe they have some kind of software where they can see some trucks moving around, or they're getting data on Excel spreadsheets or different platforms, but they don't really have a visual representation of what their supply chain looks like, where their products are, where their products are moving, and what their vendors are doing, and what their clients are doing, and when products are going to be sent to their clients. So it's going to really give us real-time visibility in like a Star Trek holodeck, right? So you can look at it and you can really see what's going on, and you're not just getting multiple data points and trying to make heads or tails of that. You're really going to get a visual representation.
Well, that's really fascinating, because you could theoretically, by having this technology and the end state of visibility, I could, go through with a 3D model, look at my supply chain and my network of hubs and distribution centers. And let's say I'm a purchasing or a planner, and I say I need to make X number of items. Why is it taking so long? You could theoretically see the blockages at a scale to where it goes from either vendor, distribution center, and then you can kind of zoom in and find out which hubs, like how oil companies will say, why is my pipe not working as well? Let me zoom in on this rig. You can kind of dissect it without having to send like 1,200 emails.
Exactly, because you've got a visual representation, and it's you can comprehend it, because you're looking at a picture of your offshore rig or of your supply chain or of your shipping network. So I think it's gonna open up really new opportunities to fix things on the fly quicker.
And I want to kind of look into, you talked about, how oil and gas, they're looking at as well when providing technology platforms like even TMSs. A lot of the legacy vendors are having, they're not getting these contracts and RFPs. Is there something where, oil and gas or lumber and other companies are trying to get into leading edge, or is there something where big brand has an advantage for folks?
That is a great question, and we touched on this a little bit. But if you look at the oil and gas companies specifically, they're dealing with Accenture, Deloitte. They're dealing with some of these very large companies. But the latest conversations that I'm having is that the oil and gas companies, and I actually have a large lumber company as well, they are looking at some of the smaller technology companies, and they're seeing that the big guys don't necessarily have the latest technology or cutting edge technology. They're finding that the smaller companies are coming to the table with better technology, and so they're actually lowering their procurement barriers to let in smaller players because they feel that they're getting a better product from some of these smaller players. So the FUD factor here is, are these smaller players going to be in the market? Are they still going to be around a year from now or six, long term? And I think the overall consensus with the oil and gas companies is, if we're a large oil and gas company, we are really going to partner with these smaller tech companies, and we're gonna make sure that they stay in business. We're gonna keep them afloat, and that's why they're lowering their procurement barriers to let other smaller players come into the market. And I think that's healthy because it's going to improve technology for everybody.
And looking at, especially improving technology, one thing I was fascinating is you're seeing an example of the energy sector and industry moving forward with their supply chains. For the rest of our domestic supply chain, what are some practical things? What are some things we need to consider as we're looking at all this technological choice and visibility platforms? Let's say that I'm one of those smaller customers that I want to get in on this. I want to figure out how to eventually have a cool 3D holograph. What are some of the top tips I should be paying attention to as I want to pick, and who do I want to partner with, and what do I want to do?
Yeah, well, so I mean, the takeaways from this are, from my side, there is a vast selection of freight tech products. Don't let the vast selection of freight tech products overwhelm you, and don't get sold on specific features by a salesperson. So build your tech stack according to your business, and don't let the tail wag the dog, so to speak. And when in doubt, consult a professional. There are, we've talked quite a bit about supply chain visibility, but then when you look at some of the other analytics that are available, artificial intelligence and machine learning, robotic process automation, access to vast amounts of data, all of this is maturing, and there are going to be new products out in the market. But my takeaway is, don't let the vast selection of freight tech products overwhelm you. And again, build your tech stack according to your business. Look at what your business needs are, and then build your tech stack based on what you're trying to do.
And final thoughts here for folks who want to reach out as well, learn more about, speaking of talking to the professionals, how can they get in contact with you or your team to try and learn more and move themselves into the future, so to speak?
Right. So at Intellius, we are at the cutting edge of the latest technologies. So we're heavy into AI, machine learning, robotic process automation, IoT, AI, OT, artificial intelligence of things. And if you want to reach out to anybody at Intellius, or you can reach out to me directly, I can give you an email if that's allowable.
Yeah, you toss it in there. Just throw it in.
Yeah, so it's Michael, Michael .Beelar, and that's B as in boy, EELAR at Intellius.com. Or you can give me a buzz or send me a text at 832-475-2024.
Perfect, Michael. Thank you so much for the fireside chat, as well as being our speaker, one of our speakers for this wonderful sales and marketing summit. Looking forward to the future as well. There's a lot of cool stuff coming on there, and I want my holodeck.
Yes.
Welcome to the Sales and Marketing Summit. Today we are joined by Casey Shaffer, the Director of Marketing at Sunset Transportation. Welcome to the summit, and thanks for joining us, Casey.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so let's get some background. I know your origin story at Sunset, but not everyone does. So kind of where did you start, and what was the marketing landscape path to where you are now, a top 5 national or 3PL nationally recognized brand?
Well, so I've been with Sunset for 8 years now. We started, to give some scale, when I started, it was about an $85 million revenue company, and now we're approximately almost 350. And the same time, we had around 90 people in the organization, and we're probably going to have over 300 by the end of the first quarter of next year, which is creeping up really quickly. So we've experienced some significant growth. The marketing when I came here was more focused on internal events, and it was just a small company at the time. My predecessors who did marketing are still here, Lindsay Graves and Jill Gross. Both did that before me. And so when I started, they really said, we need a focused marketing program. We're getting big enough where it needs to be a priority for the organization. And then they kind of let me have free reign, which was awesome. I had a lot of trust from the leadership, and we didn't also have one thing to mention also was that we didn't have a very strategic sales process in place. So when Tracy Mitri came to join our organization, she came in as vice president of sales and marketing, and then now as our chief commercial officer. But she came in and really helped align the two. And then that's when we started going down the route of, okay, let's create some goals. Like, what are we good at? Are we trustworthy? What's our culture? Let's focus on our strengths.
Kind of those key things that, make up a brand and everything like that.
Yeah. Like 3PLs are not a rare gem, unfortunately. So you find yourself having conversations with brand specialists that say like, okay, what are your strengths? And well, we broker freight. So it's really hard to differentiate yourself. So it's been a long journey of building, I would say, but I'll let you more.
When you guys, cause like you had to start with you kind of had the blank check to do whatever you wanted to do. So when you started working on those areas to focus, what are those key areas that you guys were like, okay, this is part of our brand identity. This is something that we want to be known for. How did you guys kind of focus on those areas when you were starting to develop your strong marketing campaigns and brand awareness?
Good question. I would say we really focused on brand awareness first. Like I said, there's not a small number of 3PLs in the market. It's pretty saturated. So we wanted to differentiate ourselves as a brand first and work on just the awareness piece of it, because without that, if you don't have any culture or leg to stand on, it's really hard to stand out in the crowd. We set some pretty lofty goals, I would say. We started and said, okay, we're going to be in the top 100 top 3PLs. And that for us, inbound logistics is a good barometer, and they've been a good partner. Sorry, FreightWaves, but they've been a good partner when it comes to adding credibility to our brand. And I think that first year came and we made it into the top 100. And then the next year, Tracy said to me, I think we can make it into the top 10. And I cried. And I was like, I didn't cry, but I was like, okay. And so that was a whole campaign. And so we learned from that and we made it. It was amazing and it was a really gratifying moment. So then we just kind of kept going. So the brand recognition piece was extremely important to us. And I would say the figuring out of our culture was also very important because that's truly what we sell ourselves on, is that we're a mid-size 3PL that we can scale big or small. And we're right in that mid-market of manufacturers and distribution. And that's really where our bread and butter is and where we thrive.
You guys are kind of like the Goldilocks of 3PLs. You're not too small. You're just right.
Yeah, and we're super nice, and we don't invade people's homes without asking.
So you had the problem of, I have no resources, but I have an entire marketing campaign to run. So kind of, how do you know? Because, marketing's not typically one that's given the biggest budget to work with. So how do you kind of identify what resources are the most important and where those marketing dollars are best spent versus some of those, hey, I have a great idea for marketing, and you just go, maybe we don't do that?
Yeah, good question. I will say my team, for a long time, it was just... For almost 6 years, it was just myself and Tracy, our chief commercial officer. So it was me doing a lot of the legwork, being very efficient, wearing a million different hats, and coming into work and having a game plan, and then something blows up, or a customer needs a presentation, or oh, hey, by the way, we're going to move an office. There was just... It's been a little chaotic, but it's also the good thing about marketing is that we plan a year in advance. I don't know if every department is so lucky. I mean, people can bank on financials, but for us, we have to have a calendar of PR, advertising, content that we want to write, content that we produce regularly. So getting all of those things figured out was super important. And I mean, everybody asks about the promotional items. That's what people see the most. And that's absolutely what people have the most opinions on. We get in fights here, not fights, but the funniest things, like mouse pads. And we got to have the mouse pads. It's just, everybody wants a different hat. Everybody wants different this and that, but we do a pretty good job of it. And so that's the stuff you see. And, it's that part's really fun, actually.
So how do you kind of weed out those bad decisions that might, for example, if someone wants to do some social media software that has a $3,000 license fee, that's your basic, half your marketing budget for not swag related materials, but there's not really a good value add to your day to day. How do you kind of say this is a bad idea, we should spend our time doing something else? Luckily,
we are a very research-driven team. We just recently did a full redesign on our company website on sunsettrans.com, and we put out a very extensive RFP for that process. And not a lot of people do that. A lot of people will call a marketing agency or a web developer and say, hey, we need a new website. This is what we need, and here, figure it out. And for Sunset, I'd say this is pretty core to Sunset's general philosophy, is that we want to know everything up front. We would prefer, I want to provide a vendor the most information I can. So we prepared a very detailed RFP, and we knew exactly what we wanted. And the response from that was amazing. People were like, this is the best RFP we've seen ever. And I'm like, thanks. That's great. But it was also supremely helpful later down the line. So I think planning for those things and trying your best to even avoid those decisions, very rarely. Yeah, there's been some things we've tried. There was a software that was a social media software, and it was through a Salesforce. And the the product just really sucked. It was not good. And they ended up getting rid of the product altogether. But that was kind of an indication. We were telling our rep, he's like, why aren't you guys using this? And we were like, it's not very good. And he was like, yeah, you're right. It's not very good. And we were like, okay, well, thanks. So then we found some other things, but like we just work really hard at not messing up the first time. And we make it easy doing that, but there's a lot of research and quiet time behind there, making sure that because marketing's always scrutinized, right? Marketing's the easiest thing to look at budget and say, oh, is that really worth it? So I personally feel very responsible for the budget that I manage.
So that kind of leads me into the last question. It is a sales and marketing summit. So everyone, has marketing plans, the whole 9 yards. But when it comes to swag, like you walk down the halls of a conference, you're looking at everyone else's swag, you compare it to your own. Do you, from a marketing perspective, kind of judge other people's swag and compare it to your own and say like, our swag is definitely better?
Yeah, for sure. It's more fun and games. It's more we walk in, we get ideas and we're like, oh, that's super cool. Or that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Very rarely does the dumbest thing happen, and I can't think of anything offhand. Most of the time we're seeing things and we're like, ooh, we should probably steal that idea. Because that's marketing. And if you say you don't,
it's all original. It's all copied or borrowed for someone.
Yeah, nothing has ever been copied. More we look for good ideas, or I think about like things that I would use, like a really heavy duty tape measure for our drivers that have to measure like stuff when they're, things that people would want to keep in their toolkits, or like leather gloves, excuse me. Also maybe rubber. It depends on if you're dealing with hazmat or something. But, things like that. We try to think of the recipient more than like competing with everybody else, because at this point, we've established that we're not quite like anyone else.
Yeah. So why would you have pens and coffee mugs at a conference? You would have useful things that people like the end user would actually use and enjoy.
Yes. The worst thing for me was like going to conferences and like, I just don't like junk. I don't like trinkets. I'm not a trinket person. No offense to anyone that is, but it was always the worst thing, like people coming back and being like, look at all this crap that I got from this trade show. And I was like, oh, great. Like none of this is useful. I don't want to pack that home with me.
Right.
So it was all about making things travelable and useful.
Yeah, kind of fits in the suitcase, will likely get taken out of the suitcase at home versus accidentally left in the hotel room. So when you're kind of looking for additional resources, whether it's hiring a team, hiring an outside PR company, what are things that you need to consider? Like the pros, the cons? You kind of touched on it when you mentioned that you guys have a very comprehensive RFP, but what are those things that make you really go, this is someone I want to partner with?
Good. I think that's a really important question for marketing people. Some people are full-on agency people, but I also think it really depends on your size. The size of company, the size of budget you have, and like really what you want to accomplish. There's a million different marketing paths that you can take. For us, we have a very good close group of outside vendors that are basically act as if they're part of our team. They're freelancers. I have a graphic designer and a videographer / animator. A promotional item company, of course, because that's what everyone sees, and then a web development company who just redid our website for us. Those vendors really make up our core team, but I think if you're looking for something bigger, then for sure use an agency. For me, I'm a proponent of keeping things in-house and doing what you can with your resources. I think that's the most effective and budget conscious, probably. But they're a part of our team as much as anything, and we couldn't do our jobs without them. So we're lucky in that regard.
Okay, so just kind of make sure that you're, they're on the same path as you, not just like we sign the check and you do the work, hopefully. Just really ingrain them.
Sure, yeah, truly make them a partner, I think, and force those agencies to have a role in your business, because if they don't understand it, then you're really paddling upstream unnecessarily.
Yeah, because that's extra work that you have to now like educate them and like advocate for yourself with them. And it's, you really just got to cement that partnership.
Time is money, and agencies certainly abide by that rule.
Well, I think that's all about that we have for time today. If anyone wants to reach out to talk to you about your marketing plan or starting a one-woman operation, where can they find you?
Oh gosh, they can find me at sunsettrans.com, but also my email is Shaffer, KSCHAEFFER at sunsettrans.com. I'd be happy to chat.
Awesome. Well, stay tuned for the rest of the summit.
Thanks.
If you lead a sales team, you get big challenges like rising sales goals, finding great people, and keeping them. You can't wait 3 to 6 months for new reps to get up to speed, because every team member not performing impacts your goals and your commission. Welcome to the Sales Bar. The Sales Bar serves up over 200 tactical phone skill resources missing from your current onboarding. These quick hit solutions help reps build confidence and get wins fast. It's easy for busy sales leaders to onboard BDRs, AEs, sales managers, and more, and provide ongoing development for every level, and even solve sales challenges on the spot with pre-built learning paths. Hey, we've all snoozed our way through boring online training. That's not what's on tap here. The Sales Bar is chock full of interactive and fun microlearning, plus powerful resources like script starters, cube hanger cheat sheets, activities, and even real recorded calls that help reps build skills fast. The Sales Bar also involves managers with quick reference tools like call grading forms, coaching cheat sheets, contests, and team activities that help skills stick. Sales managers even get their own development at the bar with tons of tactical sales management skills built exclusively for leaders of inside sales teams, so you can keep attrition low and sales performance high. The Sales Bar gives you an edge by providing the skills your team needs to hit quota faster, develop further, and stay longer. All available in a low-cost subscription model you can implement this week. Request a demo today and get sales results fast with the Sales Bar.
All right, welcome back to our Sales and Marketing Summit here at FreightWaves. We just finished up a great round of fireside chats from Thomas Wasson and Mary O'Connell. Both two of our communities writers, both host their own shows, both on Tuesdays, and both put out newsletters.
Yeah, those newsletters are huge, and they are growing, and that's one of the big things that this is all about, sales and marketing. That's a marketing aspect, really being able to push your brand out there. They both have tens of thousands of followers built in a short amount of time.
Absolutely. So go ahead and go subscribe to those newsletters, and while you're at it, you might as well just subscribe to every newsletter in our FreightWaves ecosystem. Go to freightwaves.com/newsletters, and you should find them all.
That's right. And coming up, we have even more fireside chats. And in this next block, so we make an appearance.
Both of us make an appearance. Yeah, I'll be here with Blythe Brumleve, who, of course, you probably know her as the head of Digital Dispatch. She has launched her own new little endeavor into the freight marketing space, and she's awesome. One of the most knowledgeable people when it comes to social media marketing, and really just marketing very specifically to the freight world.
Yeah, when she puts out content, it's done in such a special way because she's someone that can listen to talk for 30 minutes and it feels like it's been 5 minutes.
Absolutely. So she'll be coming up in just a minute. And then Anthony, you're here with a fireside chat as well?
That's right. I have Ed Burns from Burns Logistics, and one of the big things that we get to talk about is how much change there has been in the sales and marketing world. So one of the big things is, I mentioned earlier, is like sales has changed, not just from the last 5-10 years, but really in the last 5 to 10 months. And that's only going to continue to change, especially with advancements in AI.
Absolutely. And then Grace Sharkey will be joining us to talk about adding actual revenue from your sales and marketing techniques, something that at the end of the day, people want, right? Like, why bother doing it if it's not going to sell?
That's exactly right. And Grace is another one with an amazing community that you can get a part of as well. And she is one of our regular hosts here.
So hopefully you're watching us on live.freightwaves.com and you are registered for our virtual event today, because it was free registration, and getting registered puts you in the drawing to win our prize for the day, which keep you a little warm on these cold, chilly nights.
That's exactly right. And I mean, this can go out and is going to get given away to one lucky viewer that has been registered. So if you are on LinkedIn, thank you so much for tuning in, but definitely go to live.freightwaves.com and get registered there.
And as I mentioned before, it is free no matter when you hop in today. So at any point in time, get your friends, get your coworkers to do that. Got to give a big shout out again to our sponsors for the day, Factor 8 and Sales Drip. These type of events don't go on without their help. So thank you guys both for supporting. We're going to move right into this group of fireside chats, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to our FreightWaves Sales and Marketing Summit, our very first virtual event of the year, and we are excited to get it kicked off with a great summit full of content. I'm Kaylee Nix. Joined with me is Blythe Brumley, founder of Digital Dispatch, host of It's All Logistics. Now, Blythe, I feel like you do so many things and have the perfect expertise for our topic today.
Thank you. It's everything is logistics. So that's where you could find like the podcast socials, all that good stuff. I figured that's a good roundabout way of like covering all the things that go on in my mind.
There you go. And everything is indeed logistics. And I love that you are so passionate about taking logistics knowledge and putting it into really consumable content. Today, we're talking about how folks want to start a podcast. It feels like everybody these days is like, you know what? I'll start a podcast. Sure, why not? But it's not as easy as it seems, right? And marketing that podcast to success, building an audience, finding your niche is all very hard to do, but can be very rewarding if you put in the work.
100%. I mean, you just mentioned that everybody kind of feels like they're starting up their own podcast, but that's a really great point to bring up the fact that the overwhelming majority, it's around 90% of podcasts never make it past 10 episodes. So it's one of those things that if you are going to start this, you have to be committed to it, but there's ways to be committed to it to where it doesn't interrupt your workday too much, that you can still get the message across and you can still use that podcast as a way to connect with your audience, your customers, your leads. It doesn't necessarily have to be, sort of a Joe Rogan style podcast where you're trying to reach as mass quantity as possible. I think that's also where, a lot of companies and a lot of people make mistakes, is that they're trying to be too big before they figure out what they actually want to do with the podcast.
That's a super good point, especially because podcasters and podcasts can really just kind of be born out of this idea of like, hey, I want to talk about something and I think that I have a voice that people would want to listen to, right? And that first step it can be kind of scary to get into it, but you don't need, as you mentioned, this massive, huge audience platform in order to just get started. You just have to do it. What is that first step for folks who are looking to maybe jump in and say, you know what, I think I've got something good here. How do I put it into audio forms in this case?
Well, I would think of it from the bigger picture of that. What kind of questions are your customers asking you? What kind of questions are your leads asking you? Are there any commonalities between those questions? And so what I always tell, my clients and other folks out there who are thinking about starting up, especially a company style podcast or even a personal brand style podcast, is what are the questions that people are asking you? What are you really passionate about sharing your knowledge? And then finding that Venn diagram so that you can talk about both of those things. Because too often, I see podcasters get started and they only want to talk about the things that they care about. And that is important because you really want to be passionate about the things that you're talking about. But ultimately, you're trying to get people to listen. And if you want to get people to listen to that show or listen to your episodes, then you want to create an environment that you are speaking to them, that it feels like you are talking specifically about those problems, because podcasting is still a very intimate experience. You are doing a bunch of other things. Typically, when you're listening to a podcast, you're driving to work, you're cleaning the house, you're doing laundry. So you're multitasking while you're listening. So you're in someone's ears the entire time of while they're taking care of usually personal things. And so knowing that that relationship is there, eventually it will evolve into a situation where you can then start entertaining. You can always start small when it comes to your content and expand out. That's where I typically advise companies is to start with that Venn diagram of what you're really interested in, the perspective that you have, whether it's industry expertise or commentary on what's going on within the industry, and then flipping that into what common questions, what common concerns are your customers and your leads coming to you with, and what does that Venn diagram look like for questions that you can answer in the future.
I think when I think about podcasts specific to the freight industry, a lot of our focus, especially coming from company podcasts, is company podcast with a specific personality brand inside that, right? Like it's attached. Like there's like a company brand podcast, but then there's a specific host within that company who is the name, the face, the voice of the brand. And for a lot of them, I tend to notice we get a lot of 3PL intermediary focused podcasts. We get a couple of carrier side focused podcasts in the freight industry, but the shipper side of things is kind of left up to be desired, right? And as someone who spends a lot of time talking about freight, why do you think there is that disparity? Do you think that on the side of things, maybe it's just easier to talk intermediary to carrier side versus the shipper side?
100%, because for a lot of shippers, especially if you are already hosting your own show, whether you're a carrier or a 3PL, you kind of don't really want to broadcast about the people that you're working with. So you don't want to let the cat out of the bag, because you know as soon as you showcase that shipper on one of your platforms, that they're going to have a bunch of other competitors sort of beating down their door in order to do business with them. In fact, I've seen other creators that will interview shippers and they will say to their audience, do not hit up this person in their DMs. They're not looking for logistics providers. They just want to share their expertise. But there's still, on the flip side, there's an incredible amount of demand from the shipper perspective. Anytime I've done a story, I actually just released a best of episode where I had 3 different shippers that I talked to. And that is already one of the highest rated or highest listened podcasts, because we rarely hear from that shipper side of view. And I think that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity from the 3PL and the carrier perspective to hear that shipper point of view. I just don't know that it's all the way worth it for the shippers to let the audience know about what they're looking for specifically when it comes to their transportation provider. It still remains one of those things where they're trying to just keep back the people who are just pounding on their door, trying to get them to do business with them. But I agree, the shipper side needs to be known more often, and it needs to be shouted from the rooftops, because there's a lot of accountability that needs to take place on the shipper side of things in a variety of ways, but it would help to hear from their perspective first and foremost.
You've got to almost put up like a sign at the start of your podcast, right? Like, hosting a shipper, no solicitation, please. Like, that's like the first step when you get in there. Staying on the theme of industry specific podcasts, FreightWaves itself started off with podcasting, right? Our entire media brand was built on the back of Tim Dooner starting the What the Truck podcast. It started off in this little tiny sound booth down in the bottom of Freight Alley, and it's grown now into this massive platform. But this media content was super fortunate that we had the FreightWaves platform to build off of, right? For a lot of folks who are looking to start a podcast, they're not so fortunate as to have a pre-existing platform. They have to build that from scratch as well as they're building out their content. What type of advice do you have for building that simultaneously? You're kind of building the car as you're driving down the road, right? Not only do you have to make sure you have good, entertaining content that people want to hear with engaging guests, good quality, but now you've got to have somewhere to market it.
100%. You really want to think about where you're going to be talking about that content after it's already been created. And so going back to that original topic that we discussed with finding out, just writing down a list of and keeping that list updated regularly of what your customers and your leads are actively asking you. And then you can create that regular cadence. The regular cadence it's something that you have to be committed to. So say every Wednesday in the morning, I'm going to record an industry insights of everything that I think my customers should know about what's going on in the market this week. So you keep that regular cadence going, and you can start with a podcast, but you start with video first. And if you start with video first, and you can pull that audio from the video and make that the podcast, then you can you can hire a freelancer, you can Fiverr or Upwork or whatever, platform. Maybe you have an intern in the office that can do this, or someone who's really good at social media can cut video clips, which is becoming increasingly more common for folks to know how to do a multitude of these different marketing functions. And they don't even have to be in a marketing role, but you can get them to cut up that hour-long, maybe 45-minute, 30-minute video into several different social media clips. And then you can have those clips saved in a Google Drive folder, saved in a Dropbox folder, and then that way you can regularly have something to reference whenever you need to post something to LinkedIn. So if you build it into your workday, maybe you record, once a week, and then you build it into your workday where the first thing you you do when you sit down at your desk each morning is you take that video clip and you promote it on your social media. You write about the context and further dive deep into what that clip is discussing. And then that's your whole social media strategy. That can turn into email marketing that you send out directly to your clients, also to your potential leads. Maybe your sales team is looking for additional content to help them push throughout their different initiatives. It's hard selling right now out there for a lot of different freight companies. And so you need to be able to think about the end destination first of where that content is ultimately going to end up, and then reverse engineer it by thinking of, okay, how can I create this the first time so that it makes that downstream effect much more effective whenever you're creating those video clips, you're sending out emails, because that is the most common way for you to not only connect with your audience and connect with your customers, which your customers are your audience, but then you can also piggyback off of the leads that maybe you've been trying to get your foot in the door with, those shippers that you're trying to reach, that they're not responding to you. Those different video clips, sending information unsolicited that you think that they will like, is the way to do cold emails in 2023 and beyond. But it starts with you making the commitment to record that content on a regular basis. Because like I said earlier, 90% of all podcasts never make it past 10 episodes. And so thinking about it from the lens of how can I make sure I get this done on a regular basis and building it into your workday is the best way to succeed.
Okay, so we're 3 steps into this, right? You've got a topic and a niche, you've got an audience, you've got a platform, you've made that decision. Now the question is, do I host this solo or do I find somebody to get into this with me? Talk to me a little bit about that decision-making process, because that can be kind of intimate, right? To find yourself a podcast partner, and do you trust them on your journey, or do you want to take it solo?
I'm 100% in the soloist camp, because while I love having co-hosts and being able to bounce ideas off of them, and especially in conversation, I believe that you can achieve that same outcome by interviewing other subject matter experts within your company. So my advice to all companies is it really needs to be founder led, because the founder isn't going anywhere anytime soon. The biggest thing you want to think about is, what if you have somebody that is a host and they come in and they make this fabulous content and then they leave and they go to a better opportunity or another opportunity, and maybe it's just not a good fit for them anymore. They've become the face and the voice of your company, and you just lost that. You not only lost that, but you lost all of the future content that you were planning on recording, that good groove that you got into. So it really needs to be somebody within the company that is going to be there for, the next year or two. And you really can't, predict these things in the future, which is why it should be leader led within the company. And so when you have that as a leader, as the face and voice of your company, then it's much easier to have somebody within the office be sort of the coordinator and the project manager on making sure that not only you record that content, but that the distribution and the downstream effects also get taken care of as well through various freelancers, and just basically setting up your company for success from the leadership position, and then also from the person who is actually going to be handling the management of this project, because it's not just a one-time thing. It's an ongoing process that will constantly be updated based on the feedback that you get from your audience, your customers, your leads. That content is going to change in the future, but someone needs to be held accountable to be both the manager and then also, in addition, to be the voice and the face of the company.
So I love that advice. Take it from the inside, right? And then build outwards. I want to finish this up. We've got just a few minutes left, asking about the one kind of deadly sin that comes to podcasting, right? Say you've got it all. You've got those 4 steps done. You have your audience figured out. You're making good content, but it's not going anywhere, or you're not seeing results because of metrics. What is that one thing that can potentially stop your podcast, your content, your video content from flourishing?
The fact that you stop practicing, because your content is only going to get better if you keep practicing. No one is an expert the first time that they start creating content online. You have to get those reps. You have to do it regularly and repeatedly, and then also treat it like you're an athlete. Watch your own tape, listen to your own tape, see where you're messing up, see what words that you could have used in a slightly different way, and also come better prepared in the future. Because by watching your own tape, then you'll know those steps and those things that you need to improve on in the future.
Yes, Allen Iverson said it best. We're not talking about a game. We're talking about practice, right?
Keep the sports analogies coming.
They just keep on coming. Blythe, thank you so much for joining us for the Sales and Marketing Summit. Of course, your content is all over the place. People can find you on LinkedIn, but where else can they go if they want to get connected with you other places?
You can find all my content, email, newsletter, socials, all that good stuff over on everythingislogistics.com.
Awesome. So head on over to everythingislogistics.com after you are done with us here at the Sales and Marketing Summit. Stay tuned. We've got a lot more coming. If you've missed any of today's sessions, you can, of course, catch them on demand at any point in time on tv.freightwaves.com. And all of our very talented editorial staff here at FreightWaves will write these up and put them up in a readable format for an article for you on regular freightwaves.com. Don't go away. We'll be right back with more Sales and Marketing.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anthony Smith, Chief Economist here at FreightWaves, and this is the Sales and Marketing Summit. And I am so excited to be joined by Ed Burns of Burns Logistics, and he is the Vice President of Relationships. And Ed, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Anthony. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you here as well. And Ed, just jumping into it, this has been, of course, we're coming out of a very volatile year in 2022, going into 2023 now.
Yeah.
From a sales and marketing standpoint, I know you have a deep background, especially in the marketing side of things. When we look at the end of 2022, what were going to be some of the lessons learned that you think we all came out of that year from?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in our space of transportation, to keep an eye out ahead. I think trucking companies thought that they could ride this wave for a really long time, that capacity would be tight and rates would be inflated. And hey, this is going to last forever, right? And I think it caught a lot of people by surprise, especially smaller fleets who, were 100% on the spot market, and it was working out really well for them, right? Even into through the first quarter of 2022, life was good, printing money. Money hides a lot of sins, and as far as like bad operations or bad business practices. And then, within a couple months, I think it just hit people, not all at the same time, but within a pretty tight timeline. I think the carriers and the brokers that were caught by surprise are going to hopefully learn from that and look a little farther out and pay more attention to what's going on in the marketplace, and better diversify between spot and contract work.
And I think you hit the nail right on the head there. I mean, especially with, sales and money, being able to cover up a lot of potential mistakes. Now, I think it's definitely a time to get a lot more efficient with what we're doing here. I mean, when we're looking at what happened in 2021, 22, it was a lot of mistakes that were just covered up. And it doesn't seem like you can still make a lot of those same mistakes because they're going to cost a lot more money and potential business going into 2023. Do you see much of the same going into 2023, or do you think there's going to be a little bit of a shift in 2023, maybe a continuing of the downwards trend, or anything that you see might being, a new trend that might be even popping up throughout the year?
Yeah, well, because part of it is, am I a really good sales guy, or are they calling me because they just really need what I have, right? So I think you'll know better than me where things are going, because you guys have the data for it. But part of it is the hopium, right? Like, it's a hopiate, right? I got hope, So, and it doesn't seem like it's very hopeful right now. A lot of people are kind of down there. I don't think people are excited necessarily for 2023 in the freight market. I think the expectation is that it's going to kind of suck. So I think that is part of it, right? Part of it is like, what do people expect it to be? And right now it's not very hopeful. So I think that could be a little discouraging. But from a sales perspective, from a marketing perspective, there's also a lot of opportunity because people are cutting their marketing spends, right? Whenever you see all these layoffs at these big companies, what does that mean? Well, when Facebook's doing layoffs, I think, Facebook ads are about to get a lot cheaper, right? Because people are going to spend less money in ads, or are spending less money in ads. LinkedIn ads are going to get cheaper per conversion. So it's a good time to spend money for paid. Whereas I think 6 months ago, 12 months ago, companies that didn't necessarily have that budget or know how to do it, they didn't want to experiment. I think a lot of new people came into the organic space within the last 24 months in our industry. There's a lot of new voices, new players, new people speaking out organically. So now how's that going to play out through organic ads? And in a very simple way, because a lot of trucking companies, 6-12 months ago, their ad spend was all on drivers. That's it. It was driver recruitment because freight was plentiful. It was everywhere. Well, now, we're starting to get calls. Hey, how do I get a direct shipper relationship? So, you're a little late to the party because the sales cycle isn't a week, right? For freight, the sales cycle can be really, really long. On the contract side, obviously, spot, it's a very quick cycle. But on the contract side, you got a long sales cycle. It could be more than 12 months to get into a shipper and get an opportunity for the contract work. So I think potentially some of those carriers and brokers are going to put a little more energy into marketing ads to acquire clients.
And I think that's a huge point there, and a great point that you make is because, when you hear about all these actions, of course, happening at Meta, Facebook, different, tech services company, really that ad buy is definitely going to be something that comes down. I think that's something that not a lot of people think about, and it's something that a lot of folks consider during these, down times is, hey, I got to cut budgets. Maybe we can just, start peeling back a little bit more on the marketing side, on really being able to kind of save a little bit more money. Let's not advertise as much, but really this could be a huge driving force of potential growth. Am I right? For, being able to continue to put your name out there, especially during these down times.
Yeah, it's very important. I think what you say and how you say it right now, because now's an opportunity to really resonate with people, to help people, to create, to grow a brand. I think it's a down market's a great time for new companies, for startups to explode, right? Because if you have a valuable service or offering in a down market and you can succeed through a down market, then when it picks up again, you're going to be really rocking. I mean, so for like our business model, we do much better in a softer market than in a tight capacity market. So it's good for different people at different times, but the messaging, I think, has to be very thoughtful right now, because there's a lot of angst, I think, in marketing and messaging. I think some people are what do I say every day? So now it's easier to throw darts at what other people are saying and to pick on companies, brands, individuals, and how they're talking about things. So I'm seeing a little bit of that, especially on LinkedIn. There's this, I don't know, people are picking on each other, which I don't think, that's not a good long-term play. People remember that. So, and part of that could be fear and anxiety, but it's not a good play.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I see a lot of the same as well on LinkedIn, different posts about trying to pick holes in everyone's thinking, logic, and everyone's just trying to, do their best to figure it out. And, your perspective might be completely different from someone else's, and you might be living in a completely different market, as you mentioned a little bit earlier. When we're looking at, really, of course, what the core of all this is, and I think it kind of comes down to something that you definitely specialize in a great deal, being a VP of relationships, is that thing right there, relationships. And when you're thinking about relationships in this industry, it goes such a long way. Do you think that relationship building is really going to be, the focus throughout 2023 more so than it even was in 2022?
Yeah, that's a good question, because there seems to be there's a demographic shift, right? And the decision makers, especially so like big major shippers, their decision makers are getting younger and younger, right? So you have a lot of people aging out and retiring. Well, I work with my dad, right? And he's an old school freight guy. So it's like a great 1-2 punch for us, because he's, his method of selling is you go grab a drink and you go golfing and you make your deals on the golf course, right? And some of the new decision makers coming in, they don't want to be wined and dined. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to talk on the phone. They just shoot me a message, let me know what's going on. The relationship just has a little bit of a different feel. So what it means to build a relationship, I think, is still changing a little bit. I think, even though LinkedIn is 20 years old, it's still new to a lot of people, and the way that they use it is still new. So a lot of people are using old sales tactics, or I shouldn't even say old, bad sales tactics, pushy sales tactics through LinkedIn. And they're like, why isn't it working? It's like, because I don't know you. I don't want to have a call with you, and I don't want to buy your insurance right now. Okay. And I don't need a financial advisor. I had 85 reach outs from financial advisors this week, and I've already got a guy I liked. Let's start there, So I think there's bad tactics being used. There's bad automation being used, right? So there's like these new tools, between AI and automation. Like, you can do a lot in marketing and sales right now through tools that makes life a lot easier. But if you use it poorly, then it's making you more productive. Then it only makes you unsuccessful faster, right? So if you're automating bad messaging, you're only going to fail faster. So I think those things need to be worked out for a lot of people still. Like, how do we sell? How do we message? How do I reach my potential customers or clients? Where are they, and how do I resonate with them? I think some of that still has to be figured out in our industry. In 2023, it's still an issue.
And I think that goes a long way. And, when I think about the industry, one of the big things, of course, I was really pushed forward. Of course, we push it forward here at FreightWaves is that transparency. We still push for that. And I think that goes into a long way of even being sold to, is being transparent. And of course, in my unbiased opinion, that's one of the things I admire about some of our sales guys, is when I hop on a call with them, just kind of tagging along, one of the first things they want to check is, hey, is this even going to be a good solution for you? Because, there's those, somewhat toxic, sales traits of, hey, I don't care if this is a solution for you. I just want you to buy, and I'm trying to hit my quota. But a lot of times it's really saying, hey, maybe this isn't the right product for you, or maybe this is the right product for you. Maybe you're just not in the right place for it at the moment. And I think that transparency goes such a far way. And it really seems like that transparency is really kind of shifting into a form of collaboration. It seems like that's going to be the next really big, I think, trend that seems to be popping up in the supply chain and definitely within logistics. Can you talk to the different aspects of just that collaboration aspect and really what it means, I think, going into this new year?
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny. I actually just did a sonar demo before we talked, and Corey from FreightWaves, was the first thing he did is he checked on the time commitment, right? Like, are you still good on the time? Oh, I love that. That's great. Yes. Yeah. Thank you for double checking that. And then the next, here's what we're going to talk about. Okay. Does that work for you? Or is there anything you'd like to add or change? Right. And then the next thing, every couple minutes as he was talking, does this make sense? Do you have any questions? He just did a really good job of taking it slowly. And then his wrap up was so strong because he was like, does this make sense for you? How can this work for you? His questions were all just excellent. And he wasn't pushing. His goal was, I want to determine whether this makes sense for you, or if it doesn't, that's okay. And what do you want the follow-up to be like, right? Perfect. It was perfect. It was like textbook. He did a textbook call. So I get on with Corey because he's the man. He rocked it. But as far as collaborations, I think there are a lot of new technologies in the space, right? So it's kind of the Wild West as far as what are the best technologies to operate businesses, right? What's the best broker TMS? What's the best carrier TMS? What's the best in class shipper TMS? What are the right bid tools? All right. There's some shakeups in the RFP process right now. All these technologies are different. There are new players. There are old players, and the winners aren't clear yet. But the companies that are really rocking, like P44, are the ones that are creating ecosystems where they're connecting multiple people, and they say like, oh, we're agnostic, right? Hey, okay, that makes sense. So I think the winners are going to be the ones that play ball with everybody else and do collaborate and take the approach that, hey, there's enough market share for everybody who has a good solution. Maybe it's even better if you have a great solution, and probably there's not a lot of space for you if you have a bad solution. But there's definitely enough for everybody who has a good solution. So I think everybody who's taken that approach in 2023 will be successful. It doesn't seem like money's moving as fast or as loose for VC as it was a year ago. But so it'll be interesting to see which ones win, which technologies win, which ones lose. And I do believe a lot of that is collaboration. I think on LinkedIn lately, there's been like a lot of down talk, like, oh, there's too much talk about partnerships. There's too much talk about partnerships. It's like, okay, well, what would you like to call it instead? You know, because partnerships are good. Relationships are vital. The buzzword might change, but at its core, at its essence, you take two individuals or organizations or multiple parties, whatever terms you want to use, working together to create more value in the marketplace. That's a good thing. So if you don't like the word partnership, that's fine. You want to call it a relationship, that's fine. You want to call it something else, great. But how can multiple people collaborate to create more value in the marketplace? That's a good thing for everybody.
I completely agree with you. And Ed, I think that's definitely one of the things that I think you guys do so excellently over at Burns Logistics. I mean, you really, take pride in, I think, really being able to connect those resources together and really create those partnerships.
Yeah, that's all we do all day long. We talk to people and we connect them with each other. Yeah.
So Ed, thank you so much for joining me for this fireside chat. It's been a complete honor to get to chat with you here. If people want to reach out and learn a little bit more about Burns Logistics, how can you do that?
BurnsLogistics.com. We're pretty active on LinkedIn and transportation circles, so you can find me, Big Ed, or Burns Logistics there. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk with me, Anthony. I appreciate it. You're a lot of fun.
Appreciate it, Ed, and thank you all so much for tuning in, and stay tuned because there's plenty more Sales and Marketing Summit coming up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FreightWaves Sales and Marketing Summit. And let's be honest, January is one of the worst months as a sales rep in this industry. Whether you're selling at a brokerage, a technology provider, factoring company, all of it can be a little crazy right now. So it's very important that you're up to date with your sales methods and that you're attacking every customer as best as you can. And maybe you're used to selling in an industry where you're not over the phone, but in person. And you want to learn a little bit more about the remote environment and what it's like to be a top sales rep over the phone as well. Well, today we have the perfect individual to help you train up for this wonderful, wonderful sales month. Her name is Lauren Bailey. She's the founder and president of Factor 8, a sales coaching firm. And she's here with a number of tips, 10 specifically, for all of our industry sales reps. Lauren, thank you so much for joining us today.
It's such a pleasure to be here. I've had probably 5 or 6 clients in your industry over my tenure in sales training, rep and management training over the last 15 years. And it's, oh my gosh, some of the most fun I've ever had.
Yeah, it's sales plus problem solving, which is just a straight up equation for chaos. So I think that you're going to give a lot of people some warming advice in order to move forward, especially into 2023. Now, I know that we have the 10 tips that we're going to fall into today, but let's start with the first 6 that are very easy to start when you're attacking a new customer on the phone. Tell us a little bit about those 6 first steps for all of our sales reps out there.
Well, listen, I think we're going to be lucky if we keep it down to 10 tips. My goal is to just pack this full because I think so many of us were really hoping that face-to-face would come back all the way, right? All the time. And we don't see many people who that's worked for. So when you're making the transition to virtual, or whether you're just really embracing virtual or your customers finally went virtual, it's different. And in all honesty, Grace, I think it's harder. You said that you've grown up in sales. What do you think? Is it harder on the phone or face-to-face?
I think definitely on the phone. Face-to-face, especially personalities like ourselves, is a lot easier. But over the phone, building trust, I think, is really difficult.
It can be so hard. And I think that the other part that's really tough, that replacing the face-to-face rapport, really difficult. The other part that's difficult, frankly, it's the tenacity of it. It's the numbers and the constantness of it. Right? Because you could have 2 or 3 meetings. I mean, on a great day, you're seeing 2 or 3 people, right? And your customers face to face, and you get the time before the meeting and the presentation, you get the time after the meeting. And in phone sales and virtual sales, in order to make that happen during the day, you've made 200 calls the week before, right? It's hard to get a hold of people, and you don't have that pressure, right? That, hi, I'm here, right? It's much easier to go to somebody on the phone, isn't it?
Yes, most definitely.
I think that can be tough. So a lot of people are surprised to learn that you have to make 6 to 9 calls in order to reach someone. And that isn't just a cold call. So literally, if you've been working with this company for 15 years and all of a sudden Bob's not calling you back, it's because it's over the phone, and that's the game, folks. Right? You can't take it personally. Your job is to call Bob 2 to 3 times per week for the next 4 weeks, send emails and leave voicemails. And that is literally the bare minimum requirement. And I think we lose a lot of sales talent because of those rules, if that makes sense. Those are the table stakes, right?
Yeah, because it depends on how long it takes to make those calls, get in touch. And if a company is churning and burning through those sales reps before that's over, then you kind of shot yourself in the foot.
In a huge way. A lot of companies will spend time and money on leads as well, right? And we saw a recent study that showed us, this was from Inside Sales Now Exant, that over 30% of leads purchased are never contacted at all. At all. So all that time and money you're spending in the marketing department, they're never even getting a call. Why? Because reps aren't dumb, man. We cherry pick. Some come in, and if it's low-hanging fruit because there's activity or a passed by or a lot of a good marketing score, whatever the case may be, big company, those babies are getting called first. And the bottom of the list is not getting called before they're going back to their manager and asking for more leads. We're no dummies, right? We don't want to work hard for it if we don't have to. So we're going to go pick up the fruit that's landed in the grass, or maybe the one we can reach from here, but ain't nobody getting a ladder and climbing the tree. So I think that's part of the discipline that we've got to instill just to get the ROI. But by the way, it's also great for your sales teams. When you help people understand that this is business as usual, right? And the rule is you will try 10 times for an A lead, 8 times for a B lead, 6 times for a C lead. You will leave a voicemail every time. You will send a follow-up email, and you will put notes in CRM, or you won't get more leads, right? Or you won't get the ones round robin passed to you, or you won't get on the inbound queue, or whatever it is, right? Whatever carrots or sticks you hold, it helps set the expectation for sellers as well, right? And people understanding that this is the job. Because I think that can be tough. Is it tough in your industry right now finding great young sellers? Because they used to grow on trees too, right? And most of my clients are like scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Well, especially good, qualified, those with experience, right? That's why I think having you here is so important, because we're working with a lot of individuals who, one, haven't entered this industry before and are new to it. And 2, a lot of them that have been in this industry aren't used to selling a different type of sale, whether it's technology or a platform. So there's a lot of transitioning going on right now.
100%. So I grew up in sales and inside sales as well, right? So we'll just say over 20 years. And I'll wait for the shock face. Anyway, so during that time, it used to be like, okay, everybody's job description was 2 years of sales experience, college degree, played a competitive sport. That was it, right? And that's what everybody could find. And at this stage, a young BDR, SDR, who are usually the tip of the spear in your diversified sales model, 18 months is the average lifespan. It got a little bit longer during COVID, and it's rapidly going back down. So if you find them at 2 years experience, frankly, they're on their way out. Or like you said, right, somebody who's got 20 years in the industry, phenomenal. But it's going to be a whole new bag for them with, I've got to make 50 outbound calls and call my friends 6 times before they call me back. That can be tough. So I know that we want to get right to some tips. So that's the first one, right? Get used to the cadence and build the expectations into that cadence, using some carrots and sticks around leads or whatever else you need, right? The second one is voicemails are cool again. I know you don't always listen to them and you don't always call them back. And that's why they work, because nobody leaves a voicemail. But the way we look at it is, if it takes 6 to 10 touches for somebody to go from cold to buying, right? That's a marketing statistic. And let's be honest, it's probably more like 12 these days, right? With information overload. Each voicemail is a brand. Each voicemail is a touch, but only if it doesn't suck. The best voicemails are super short. They have some mystery, some urgency, some value, or a lever, right? Nobody ever bought anything over a voicemail or over an email. So remember, your voicemail is sort of like the resume. It's there to get you the interview, right? Or the voicemail is there, or the email, or the social touch is there to get you the phone call. And that can be tough for those young people that we're hiring today. You know, they don't actually answer their phones, right? I have to text my own children in the other room. So they are not comfortable picking up the phone and talking to people. So the day of bringing back talk time metrics is soon to be upon us, right? Some of those baseline activity metrics that were big in the inside sales industry 15 years ago and have gone more towards the wayside for higher level KPIs and leading indicators of sales like quotes and conversations, et cetera. You may need to backtrack a little with some basic talk time metrics, like pick up the damn phone and talk to some people. And that can be tough. So stopping your team from trying to sell over voicemail, email, and social is another huge tip. Those are there for branding. Those are right. They're there to connect. They're there to build rapport, some recognition. They're like billboards. They're not there to sell.
I love those, especially the voicemail aspect, leaving some type of action right on that so that that call does come back. And it's building a relationship, right? Having them get used to hearing from you and building up that rapport. So I think that's some really incredible insight, especially in that area.
I had a guy calling me. I live in Phoenix, Arizona, and we've got the Phoenix Suns here. And he must have called me 15 times. God bless him. This was the most tenacious rep ever. I own a company in Arizona. He wanted to sell me box seats to the Suns. He even mailed me a piece of like the parquet floor when they redid it. And literally, it was the hardest anybody had ever worked. So there was snail mail, there was email. He wasn't on social. There was a million calls. I got letters. This guy worked hard, right? Jimmy was his name. And one day I finally accidentally answered his call. And I mean, honestly, if I were Jimmy, I would have been like, seriously, woman, would it have killed you to call me back? Which is the game, right? You can't do that. And Jimmy was fantastic. He was super cool about it. He was like, LB, we finally connect. Like I had ever tried to call him back, right? Like when he gives me the credit for this. And he was very cool about it and super tenacious and like, come on, let's do this. I feel like I know you. You know me already. Let's get you some seats for basketball. What Jimmy didn't know is I freaking hate basketball. Like, there's no sound worse than sneakers on the park. You know what I mean? Like, he was never going to buy anything from me ever. I was never going to buy anything from him. But the truth is, guilt is real and it works, right? I mean, it's been around for centuries. It works. So when you're making that 6th and 7th and 8th call and email, just keep it light, keep it sweet, and know that when you do finally get a hold of each other, they kind of feel like they owe you one. And that's okay. It's in your favor.
Yes, most definitely. Well, let's talk about when you do get them on the phone, because you have a really great methodology called, Swift, but with 2 eyes. And I love this. I think it's absolutely perfect, especially in this industry. Because in this industry, a lot of phone calls start off with, especially at brokerages, right? Hey, I'm looking in to see if you have any loads. But Swift turns that around. Can you talk to us a little bit about that method?
Yeah, absolutely. When you're doing virtual sales, you don't get the opportunity to show up and give your dog and pony show. So your 45-minute PowerPoint presentation is now less important than your Swift intro and your Swift pitch. So Swift stands for, so what's in it for them? It's the opposite of with them, right? 9 out of 10 calls, like you said, are going to be about what do you have to give me that is going to help me make my quota? Right? I'm calling to introduce myself because I'm in your area and I'm assigned and it's all about me, right? Swift makes it all about the customer, and that's the key. So a Swift intro is about a 9-second introduction that does a couple important things. Number 1, it assumes they're not listening to you. Number 2, it assumes they don't want to hear from a sales rep. Number 3, it gets them to stop typing and start talking. And that's what you need, okay? The intro is not there to build rapport, build credibility, build value. they're not listening to you. The intro is to get them to stop multitasking and actually pay attention to you for a second, right? Which is why your value prop isn't your intro either. So when you call up and say, hey, I'm Grace Sharkey and I host the coolest podcast about freight in the whole world and it's called The Last Mile and I've been working with people in the industry and it's all about you, Grace, right? They are still just hearing, Charlie Brown's mom in the background. So instead, the intro is designed to get them talking. It's not about you yet. Get them talking. You can get them to answer 2, if you're really good, 5 short, closed questions before they realize they've turned away from their computer. They're hanging out, having a conversation with you, and they don't know who the hell you are. And that's when you get the question, I'm sorry, who are you again? But guess what? Now they're listening, right? Hey, this is LB, and I work with Factor 8, and we teach companies like yours to blah, 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 blah. And off you go into your swift pitch or your value prop. If you're as old as I am, you grew up calling that an elevator pitch. Unfortunately, you're not only not in an elevator anymore, but like the going from ground to 2 is too long. We don't have time for the elevator. Everything has to be faster and just sharp when we're doing virtual sales. So those are the 2 things we'd love to teach. The swift intro, a 10-second introduction that gets them talking and is focused on them and why they should pay attention to you, right? And the swift pitch, the reworking of your value prop that, again, doesn't just say, here's everything we do. It's, here's what we do for you. So the tip to that is usually starting with, we help people, we help companies, we help employers, or we're best known for. So again, it's what I'm doing for you. Does that make sense?
Definitely. Oh yeah. I mean, it makes sense, especially for this industry, right? Like, so many people there's so many competitors in the space because the industry is so large. So you want to make sure that the person that you're talking to is going to hang up the phone with maybe an idea of how they're going to solve a problem in their day, or solve a company problem, or even a customer's of theirs, one of their issues. So I think that's great.
You're exactly right, Chris, and it has to be fast, right? Again, hence the word swift. But because there's so much competition, on your first couple calls, frankly, you're doing really well if they just remember who the hell you are. There's so many competitors out there. And here's the great news. Most of their sales reps suck. I have it on good authority. I listen to a few thousand calls a year, and they're just painful. We all know this because we get the calls, right? And the emails and the LinkedIn spam and just the awfulness that is selling right now. And it breaks my heart. I actually wear a t-shirt. I'm wearing it. I'm in sales. Let's bring the pride back, right? Let's be proud of being in sales. So anyway, the idea here is, if you can have an intro that isn't just an obvious sales pitch, if you can then go into building some authentic rapport and state what your company is about in a way that's actually valuable to them, all of those 3 things are a pattern interrupt with the constant pitch slapping that's happening out there. So you don't go in just with the pitch. You go in as a human, right? You go in with some personality. You go in with some focus and some value for the customer. And even though they probably won't have time to talk right then, that's where the next tip comes in. You close for a commitment and you bridge to the next call. These are critical in virtual sales. The average first call is great if it's 3.5 minutes. Now, if you've grown up in the industry, you're like, what the hell can I get done in 3.5 minutes? Very little, but you can differentiate yourself and set up the next call. So that's the rule. Never get off call 1 without bridging to call 2, call 3, call 4. Because if you do, maybe you're back in your own end zone, starting over again with your 10 dials, just trying to get a return call, right? So when you get that attention, never put it down.
As we wrap this up, we have a few minutes here left. How do you go about, you talked about this before, how do you go about checking in? You talked about bridging that next call, but what's the best way for reps? Because we're in January, right? All December, checking after the new year, here it is, we're after the new year. What's the best way to go about that?
touching base. Yeah, never to do that, right? Always have a reason for the call or a value add, because 9 out of 10, again, will touch base or check in. So let's come up with a list of things that you can do that can add value. I'm calling to see how X, Y, and Z went, right? Maybe there was something specific that you did toward the end of last year. So check on something specific, not checking in, and just in general, right? You could be calling to share something that's new and improved and what's news and happening in your world. You could be calling to check in on a trend. What's really interesting about this market is that you talk to hundreds of people in the industry, right? They mostly just talk to the people in their company. So what you can pollinate and cross-pollinate in sharing can be very interesting and very valuable, especially the higher level decision makers. So it can be as simple as, hey, I was talking to Grace over at Last Mile, and I've got a great story I need to share with you. That'll be a call back. I'm not trying to sell you anything, right? Grace was sharing with me that X, Y, and Z is a trend in the industry, and I've checked in with a few other of my clients, and a few have said this and a few have said that, and I wondered how you thought. We're just sharing information. Yeah, exactly. So don't always call to sell something, but find a way to add some value. Do you know what something I've done a lot is sharing jobs? Even if, like, you've got a GM somewhere and you know somebody else who's looking because you talk to lots of different companies, right? They may represent their firm, but everybody's always secretly got an eye out, right? Nobody minds being well thought of and getting put up for a job that might be a better fit or higher pay or whatever the case may be. And you can hedge it a little bit in how you ask, but that's another reason to reach out for people, or even just thought about you today and specifically about the blank we talked about last time. What's happened with that since then? So those 5 examples off the top of my head. The key is you do have my permission to whack people on the head who touch base. This is important. Your HR department will want my phone number. That's fine. I'm sure Grace will send it at the end of this. But don't let anybody on your team touch base. Exactly.
Yeah, we'll put it right here. Yeah, right here. There's your number. Everyone can start calling that today. Well, thank you so much, Lauren, for being a part of our summit today. I think people are going to leave this with a number of different styles and new ways for them to hit the phones hot in 2023. I just hope you and your team over at Factory have a great new year.
It's been a lot of fun so far. Here we go. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
If you lead a sales team, you get big challenges like rising sales goals, finding great people, and keeping them. You can't wait 3 to 6 months for new reps to get up to speed, because every team member not performing impacts your goals and your commission. Welcome to the Sales Bar. The Sales Bar serves up over 200 tactical phone skill resources missing from your current onboarding. These quick hit solutions help reps build confidence and get wins fast. It's easy for busy sales leaders to onboard BDRs, AEs, sales managers, and more, and provide ongoing development for every level, and even solve sales challenges on the spot with pre-built learning paths. Hey, we've all snoozed our way through boring online training. That's not what's on tap here. The Sales Bar is chock full of interactive and fun microlearning, plus powerful resources like script starters, cube hanger cheat sheets, activities, and even real recorded calls that help reps build skills fast. The Sales Bar also involves managers with quick reference tools like call grading forms, coaching cheat sheets, contests, and team activities that help skills stick. Sales managers even get their own development at the bar with tons of tactical sales management skills built exclusively for leaders of inside sales teams, so you can keep attrition low and sales performance high. The Sales Bar gives you an edge by providing the skills your team needs to hit quota faster, develop further, and stay longer. All available in a low-cost subscription model you can implement this week. Request a demo today and get sales results fast with the Sales Bar.
Welcome back to our Sales and Marketing Summit here at FreightWaves. We've just finished up that round of fireside chats. And Anthony, I always have to ask you, what was your favorite part about your fireside chat? What was the most interesting thing that you learned?
I think one of the most interesting things is just around how much just the tactics around sales have changed. The foundations are the same. The core things are still, really crucial to really nail. But really, you don't have to be on the golf course, for 5 hours just trying to build that relationship. You can build that relationship many ways, and one of the best ways around it, of course, is that transparency.
Absolutely. You mean I don't have to take my clients out for an $800 lunch on the company dime?
I'm sure it's nice, but that's not going to be the biggest value that I think you can add there. What about you?
I definitely think that me and Blythe got into a good conversation about just how many steps there are when it comes to starting to create your content, right? We talked about everybody wants to start a podcast these days, and the market is very saturated. It is inundated with a podcast about any type of content you could want. And there's certain steps, but the first one is just do it.
Right.
You're not going to be able to grab any followers or gain any market share by sitting there thinking, okay, how do I start this? Going through the nitty gritty. You just have to start. You have to understand that you're going to suck at it for a little bit, and then you're going to get better as it goes.
Right. And one of the big things, of course, is that there are resources out there. And we were talking about this just yesterday. You can reach out to someone, get a little bit, refined, and you're not too experienced to continue to learn how to do things.
100%. If any of you folks are out there and you're sitting there and you're saying, Kaylee, how do I get more confident speaking on air? Or how do I kind of hone myself into having this broadcast voice? Hit me up on LinkedIn. We can talk through it. We'll go through some advice, some pro tips, and I'll help you guys out.
Definitely helped me out a lot over the last few years here, Kaylee. But this is not the end of Sales and Marketing Summer. We are just beginning. We're about to have another block, and of course, a little bit later on, we're going to have What the Truck.
Absolutely. We're going to roll right into another block of Fireside Chats. Mary O'Connell is back, and I'll be back talking about keeping brand messaging consistent, even when you have many multifacets in your brand. Then we'll take a quick lunch break, and we'll be back with What the Truck with Tim Dooner. He'll have our live guest for the day as well.
That's right. And he's another one, like Blythe, where 30 minutes seems like 5. He is so entertaining, and that's why he has our flagship show here at FreightWaves. And of course, Kaylee, we have a giveaway for those that get registered here for this live event on live.freightwaves.com.
That giveaway is going to be that solo show, so keep yourself warm through these cold winter months, but you have to be registered live.freightwaves.com to be eligible to win. We'll announce that at the very end of our show. We're going to move right into this next block of Fireside Chats with Mary O'Connell.
Summit. Today we are joined by Lars Ward, the Vice President of Business Development at FreightWaves. Welcome to the summit, Lars.
Thanks for having me, Mary. Super excited to be a part of it.
I am actually really, really excited for this one because, I've spent time on LinkedIn, specifically in the freight brokerage space, and anyone who's done that has seen FreightWaves all over the place. But before we get into that, let's get some of your background. Where did you kind of start at FreightWaves, and what kind of drove that notion that you guys have of doing things differently?
Sure. So I joined FreightWaves day one. We got started last year in June. Not last year anymore. It's 2023. We got started in June of 2021. So we've been at it for a little bit more than a year and a half. Before that, I had been in the trucking industry for about 10 years, most of my time at Night Swift Transportation. And, starting FreightWaves, we want to do things a little bit differently. We show up for our shippers, for our carriers differently, with a lot more transparency, technology, trying to build a different kind of relationship. And with all things that we're trying to do differently, our marketing and sales is no exception.
Okay. All right. I dig it. You can kind of tell because, like I mentioned earlier, if you spend more than 30 seconds in the freight brokerage side of LinkedIn, you're going to come across FreightWaves, the black and gold. It's synonymous with you guys. It reminds me of my high school. We were black and gold. So it just kind of like a little bit of nostalgia for me. But what drove you guys to focus so heavily on such a strong social media presence? Because you guys are on TikTok, Instagram, the whole 9 yards. What led you to focus on that over some sponsored posts, white papers, or some of the more traditional advertising that some of the more established companies have chosen to do?
Well, I think you hit it right there at the end of the question, but then we can unpack it a little bit. So the established companies, they're going for those tried and tested sort of forms of marketing, brand awareness, and customer acquisition. Now for us, starting day one, we're not coming in with any brand awareness. You say FreightWaves is synonymous with LinkedIn or freight brokerage today. That wasn't true a year and a half ago, right? Day one, folks were saying FreightWaves, right? They weren't sure who we were. Or even think of it like this. When I used to solicit business from customers, I would call representing established brands that were well known in the industry. When I called day one at a FreightWaves, they didn't know who, they might have known who I was, but they didn't know who we were. And so the approach really from the beginning was we had to be different in order to stand out. And then we also started looking at means of creating brand awareness and the ROIs we could expect. White papers are great, sponsored posts are great, and they have a place in value for so many companies. But for us, mission one was to become known. And we knew that social represented this arbitrage opportunity of attention. We have everybody kind of hanging out in this sort of corporate marketplace of LinkedIn. I know who you are, I know where you work, I know what your titles are, I know what your responsibility is. So if I could go to where you're already spending your time and create relevant and valuable content, you might not reach out to me because of that, but you'll know who I am because of that. And it's going to change everything else I do because, from our sales funnel based on that activity.
So it's kind of more of that, like, I'm not going to slide right into your DMs going like, hey, you had a really insightful post. I'd love for you to haul freight for me.
Like, oh my gosh, please never do that, right? And I'm okay if everyone else does it because it helps us to stick out in a way that I think has been noticed and been appreciated. But there's sort of been this misuse of LinkedIn. Even think back to when you probably set up your LinkedIn profile, you did so that you had this online presence, maybe an online repository of your resume, right? Sure. But that's what it was, right? And so it was really a place where you could, you would go, you would try to develop your professional network a little bit. And then recruiters were really those active participants early on in LinkedIn. And as that network and that social network has been built out, it's a completely different platform today. Now, I think the second phase of LinkedIn was sales folks misusing it to connect and pitch, right? Hey, it seems like you're a buyer. It seems like you're the right person for me to talk to. Want to buy? Want to have a meeting? Does tomorrow at 1 p.m. work? Right? And so that's never been what we've done, and that's, I think, why we've been successful. So there is this pivot where how do you engage on LinkedIn for brand awareness, for creating value, for delivering specific content about what you're able to deliver in a way that folks want to engage with, they want to interact with. And that's been kind of, I think, the secret to our success. We've been very, very, very focused and very diligent on creating and building that over time.
It's kind of the, like, about them. So that way it's kind of like, oh yeah, I've heard of you, or like, oh, you're a friend of a friend, or I know of you. And that way when they pick up the phone when you're calling, be like, hey, you have some time to talk, or they get that email, they'll be like, oh, the LinkedIn guy.
I've seen you before. You've talked about this.
Yes. Yeah. And that way they kind of already know, like, oh, I've consumed some of your content. I know that you know what you're talking about, versus picking up the phone going, hi, I'm Lars, I'm calling with FreightWaves. We're a real company, I promise. Like, just take a chance on us. Like, no, they already know that you guys are competent and you know what's going on. It's just a matter of getting them, like, just getting in front of them.
So this brand awareness becomes this huge, it becomes this huge asset for us now because we become known and we have some sort of reputational credit where we had none before. Now, the challenge is, and this is why most companies don't show up this way, it's a fuzzy and difficult ROI to measure, or if you're representing an established company or brand, you're worried about how do you control the messaging around delivering this kind of social content, right? Imagine if you're working for some of the biggest and best, I used to, right? And there is no social presence, there's no willingness for employees to engage as unique individuals. Yeah, they're on LinkedIn all the time trying to prospect for their customers, not delivering that value.
Yeah. I mean, you'll get the occasional engagement on like employee appreciation, but not something on like, oh, we just did this, or here's a random poll just to, lighten everybody's spirits.
And it went through 5 comms and PR checks, and it went from a fun message or whatever it might have been to something that just feels vanilla, right? There's no soul, there's no personality to it. And again, there is a challenge for some of these other brands for how they might do it. What I would say, and we've said it before, the way we encourage not only, whether it's myself or anyone else to show up here at FreightWaves, pretend you're at the Thanksgiving dinner table, right? Keep it a little bit light. You don't want to talk about some of those things that might be offensive or
You want to keep it medium spicy, like have a hot take on a movie, but not start World War III with Grandpa in politics.
Right now, hey, look, we're a little bit spicy, but nothing that's going to cause somebody to leave the dinner table. And I think if you do that, professionals like seeing brands show up as unique individuals. There's a trend in B2B sales where you see that the buyers are really still wanting that human connection. There's so many pieces that go into procurement, but they want to buy from a company. They want to know who the personalities are, who the individuals are. They want to know that soul of that company. And I'll give you a great example. Our first corporate LinkedIn post, we said, hey guys, we're kind of new to this, right? Freight brokerage. We've got a flatbed load of motorcycle doors. Temperature is 45 degrees. Who can help us find a carrier, right? And we had some folks say, like, oh my gosh, people are going to think we're a joke. But no, we're trying to be funny. We're and it's so over the top, right? That's just a way to be silly, to show up with some personality. And it's been that way ever since.
Right. Like, you guys are never really scared to poke fun at yourselves. It's just something that you do. Like, it's just, everybody has the same problems. Everybody's out there finding carriers, and you're just, having some fun with it.
Right. I think if you can make social media fun, if you can make LinkedIn fun, TikTok, Instagram, wherever you might try to push content and try to build a brand, if you can make it fun, it's far more engaging. I mean, if you're just sending out a press release but putting it into a social format, the traction and the engagement isn't there and it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can still have your press release and, be the official press release form, but then also you can make it in a more casual way that's more approachable, that maybe customers, potential employees, current employees, everyone, that's just, it's so approachable, and that way they don't feel uncomfortable or like, you guys are some mysterious behind a veil people. Like, you're just normal people. You put your pants on like everybody else and you move freight just like a little bit different than everyone else, but you still move it.
Right. So you touched on something that I think is great and other companies should look at, maybe even try to emulate. And it's finding the employees. We've, especially being a part of a startup, had to hire pretty aggressively over the last year and a half to scale what we're doing. LinkedIn is a great tool for helping us find some of the greatest people to come and join our team. And what's great is, before maybe your website was the front door to your business, at least from a digital footprint perspective, but now it's really those social channels. If someone's thinking about joining your team, you better believe they're going to go check out your LinkedIn and the LinkedIns of your leaders. They want to know who you are, what you stand for, and what you're hoping to go out and accomplish. And if you can communicate that and you can do it with some personality and some fun, you're going to find that there's better colleagues sitting around the table. I think that's pretty exciting.
Exactly. And if you don't have a presence for that, on the flip side, if it's just nothing, that's also a red flag. As a prospective employee, it's a red flag. So do you guys kind of find more value in growing your sales funnel, or just kind of growing sales opportunities? Do you find more value through social media opportunities or through in-person conferences or emails? Like, what has kind of been, since you've done things a little differently, where have you guys seen the most, I guess, like, return on that different approach to marketing?
So that's a great question. I love how you bucketed some of those areas. And what I'd say is I've bifurcated them so clearly that I do view conference attending a little bit differently than how I might view our social media channels, because I think they both interact with each other. I'll give you an example. When we were at FreightWaves just a couple months ago, some of the social work that we had done facilitated some of the meetings that we had. Right? And so those things were sort of virtuous flywheel effective. Your brand becomes known and you're able to conference a little bit differently. You're able to participate in the marketplace a little bit differently. But when it comes to the social media prospecting, how that's influenced sales, I've led sales teams before and I never had social as a part of my inbound funnel, right? That was never something that was really meaningful or significant. And what's interesting is even in this market, we've seen a sort of magical thing happen, and it's the consistency of the brand awareness showing up that has created an inbound shipper demand request that I've never seen before. And there's a lot of strategy that goes behind it, there's a lot of consistency that goes behind it, but effectively when shippers find themselves inundated with cold emails and cold calls for new providers, it's really hard to get kind of past that filter. But they're consuming this content on social media, and they might see something, whether it's a trailer map we share or a way that we interact with our customers or something about our values that might align with what's important to them. I'll use an example you and I have talked about a whole lot. It's our tree planting effort. that might not seem like some sort of shipper solicitation, but we plant a tree for every load that we ship. And when there's shippers that know that aligns with their personal goals or their company's initiatives, they're going to reach out because of that. So there's this interesting effect that I think is happening where shippers are challenged on how they think about new vendor onboarding or vetting. And now you have this sort of social funnel where we're getting inbound demand because of how we participate, because of how we show up. And I've never had that before.
I mean, that's got to be a massive game changer because it kind of turns a majority of those cold calls of like, yeah, I've done my research, I know about the shipper, into kind of more like room temperature calls.
Yeah, exactly. Or sometimes it's kind of fun where shippers are somewhat shy or hesitant to interact on certain posts on LinkedIn. Not all of them, right? But, what they don't want is to consume a piece of content, interact with it, like it, laugh, comment, whatever it might be, and then immediately get pitched. But what it has done for us is it's turned cold calls into, warmer calls where, hey, we've had some interaction over time. We've been thoughtful about, how that relationship should grow, how it should be fostered. And it's created a different kind of engagement when the time is right.
Yeah. So before we go, it's the Sales and Marketing Summit, which means it's not complete without getting your opinion on swag. You guys have elusive swag. Is that by design? And also, what's some of your favorite swag that you've seen out in the world?
Okay, so totally by design. We've got a fashionable team here. We've got folks who like to dress well, so we needed swag to fit the part. We've got a cool partnership with one of the biggest local companies here in Arizona that designed or helped design some of the shirts we've done. We've got an incredible logo, and we put it on some of the coolest hats out there. And then very intentionally, we've sent it to folks who are active on LinkedIn, who are what we call friends of FreightWaves. And Mary, we count you as a friend of FreightWaves, right? So we got to have the hat, we got to have the shirt, a FreightWaves, right? And so, and what's great is we don't do it with the intention that, hey, you might go and share that on social media. But what we've seen is it's real and it's authentic and it's a part of the industry. So you want to and you'd like to, right? So that's been a part of it. And it's also just great for our employees. Now, when it comes to other industry swag, and I think conference swag or whatever it might be, like how do you get some of these brands to be represented or worn or whatever it might be? I'll be honest with you, want a hot take? I hate like 90% of the swag out there. Like, there. Oh my gosh, doesn't it go straight to the trash?
It does. It does. It's gotta be good for me to even want to take it to begin with.
And so we look at this cost per item because it goes into your marketing budget. And you say, how can I get as much out there? And that is a quantity, not a quality game. Just like our social game, we were playing the quality game, right? I want to have the best out there because I know that my outcomes are far superior when I do that. Now, can I give you guys a compliment?
Yeah.
Okay. Always. Like my favorite conference swag of all of last year, Sonar Sue.
Sonar Sue.
Yeah, the little, is it a dolphin? Is it an orca?
Yeah, I've got her right down here.
Okay, so like for all the parents with like little kids, like, you go away for a couple days, you feel a little bit bad, you're coming back from the travel. I'm getting back late at night, and what do I have but a little present for my 3-year-old? Oh my gosh. What an awesome piece of swag. That, and the other thing I love about FreightWaves, you guys always have books.
Yeah.
I love to read on the plane, do something like that.
Knowledge is power, man.
Totally. So there's things that you actually want, and then I've also got like a cabinet of stuff like I feel bad just sending straight to the landfill, but like I don't want your ice tray like that has like your logo like
yes,
wrapped on it.
We don't need more mouse pads. We don't need more unnecessary things.
If it's useful or if it's high quality, send it my way. If it's garbage, like do me a favor, just throw it away.
Yeah. So we are out of time today, but where can everybody find you if they want to get your more hot takes on your swag outside of the summit?
So listen, if you haven't taken anything away, you've got to follow us on LinkedIn. So you can find us at FreightWaves. You can find me, Lars Ward, super active on LinkedIn with our corporate page, my personal page. I love sharing, what I'm finding interesting about our sales journey, our marketing journey, our customer journey, building up a business. So yeah, check us out on LinkedIn.
Awesome. You guys heard it here first. Enjoy the rest of the summit, you guys.
All right, welcome back to the Sales and Marketing Summit here at FreightWaves. Super excited to continue our conversations today. My name is Kaylee Nix, and we're here with Victoria McCloskey from Ryder. We're going to talk about how you take a huge company brand like Ryder and market it down for so many different divisions. So, Victoria, thank you so much for being here. We're super excited to have you on the Sales and Marketing Summit.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Huge FreightWaves fan, so it was an honor to hop on this call.
So let's dig right into it. Obviously, we know that Ryder is a massive presence, right? You guys have expanded the brand. The brand is huge. You have so many divisions. Give us a little bit of oversight of who you're working with, how many different places you're working now, and the expansion overall of the company.
Yes, as you noted, it is a large company, and we have really built several different business units that serve a lot of different kinds of customers. And so from a marketing perspective, it is very difficult to attack all of those in the right amount with the amount of customization that's needed. And so the leadership team has done a phenomenal job in laying out a marketing team that really dives deep into each of the business units to better understand their pain points, the things that are important to them. And so from my perspective, and I'll just kind of introduce kind of what I do at Ryder. First and foremost, one of my main functions is we have customer advisory boards. It is so important to us to understand what is important to our customers. Our industry as a whole is going through a massive digitization. And so to understand where our customers are at in that journey is really important. So we run customer advisory boards throughout the year. And that's one of my major functions. My second major function is technology and innovation. So we have a variety of about 7 to 8 different products, anywhere from a visibility platform to autonomous vehicles, to electric vehicles, to digital fleet management. And how do you integrate technology and innovation into operations that have been running for almost a century? And how do you not only externally change that, but internally change that? And internal change management is one of my biggest job functions, and I absolutely love it. To get to see the way that operations is changing and incorporating technology and innovation, it's a really exciting time to be not only in the industry, but at Ryder. So that's my second job function, or those 7 to 8 technology products. And then my third one is customer experience. So how do we, from the time that somebody engages with Ryder, on the website, on social, to the time that they sign the dotted line, to the year review where they renew, what does that experience look and feel like? So that's number 3. And number 4 are industry events. So going to FreightWaves events, going to CES, going to Manifest, going to a lot of different places, because my main role within the company is to transition Ryder from what people know as a 95-year-old trucking company. People still come to us and think we have yellow trucks. We haven't had yellow trucks in decades. But changing from that Ryder truck rental image into a tech-forward logistics company backed by almost a century of experience. Nobody in the industry can say that, and I am so excited and honored to get to lead that mission to transition that both externally and internally.
So I think that's a really kind of underrated point when we talk about sales and marketing, right? Is that Ryder is a company that has so much storied history, and you're there having to either change perception or having to create this new perception as the brand evolves and as it changes into the different aspects of the company that is continually growing. Can you talk a little bit about maybe the challenges that come with that brand evolution, having to change your messaging, having to change who you're delivering it to, and navigating all of those different kind of challenges? It's hard.
Absolutely. First and foremost, my team and I could do the best work out there and change a whole lot of external minds. But if we don't make the 40,000 plus employees a champion of these technology and innovation products, I'm not doing my job right. So my first audience is internal, which is both a challenge and an opportunity. We have the most amazing employees who ultimately want to serve customers in the best way possible. And for so long, the best way possible was face-to-face, over the phone, on the email. And so in this industry, when you say, okay, I'm going to strip the phone, I'm going to strip your email, and all you have is this app, they all of a sudden feel like they're not really serving a purpose. And so changing that communication from here's how you used to be valued to our customers, and this is the information now that you can provide with technology, you're even more valuable because you can help them forecast better. You can help them prevent issues ahead of time. You can get them a truck before it actually breaks down. You can offer them electric vehicles to help with their ESG goals. So I think being able to transition and change that frame of the lens that they look through is critical to internal change management. But it's a challenge, and it's a challenge in any kind of company, in any kind of industry. So that's the internal challenge. The external challenge is what I alluded to earlier, which is Ryder is very much seen as a truck company, but supply chain, e-commerce, dedicated transportation has made massive inroads into the industry and is supporting very, very large companies. And we're the behind the scenes magic. And so I think from my perspective, as I focus on transitioning Ryder from that truck company into a tech forward logistics company, my biggest external challenge is helping people rebrand what Ryder is and what we do in the industry.
So with that change management and the evolution that Ryder has gone through, really through the decades, it seems like the last 5 years have been kind of an explosion in evolution, not only for Ryder, but for a lot of companies, especially tech and logistics companies. And now I think there's a lot of pressure to kind of keep up with the Joneses, right? You've got these companies that are trying to innovate just for the sake of innovation, or trying to innovate just for the sake of trying to keep up with their competitors. Do you guys feel that pressure and that stress, or is it more of, that obviously the customer base and the trust in the company is very solid, and you're innovating in order to help the company and to help you guys progress forward?
I think like most companies in this industry, product development I'm going to say this and it's going to sound ridiculous, but product development didn't really exist. And I'll explain. So in my perspective, I've been in the industry now almost 7-8 years. My view is that product development really was project management. And you would create this product and you would tie it with a bow, give it to whoever your customer was, and never touch it again. And what you saw in the industry happen over and over and over is you just saw these products like get renamed and really they just got new features, or they created a completely brand new project and just threw it at their customer again. And it's like you or I, if we were to take away our Outlook or our Gmail and give us a new email platform every year, that would be wildly inconvenient. And that's essentially what's happening in this industry. We kept just creating projects instead of creating a product that we are constantly iterating on. And so I think that in my perspective, and I don't know necessarily that I'm not necessarily speaking on Ryder's behalf by answering this, but we have had to focus on product development. And the way to get away from innovating to innovate is to really understand what's important to the customer. And so if you are not with a heavy hand on the pulse of your customers' pain points, innovating is useless. So even from a customer experience perspective, getting to understand how our customers get onboarded is different across all of the business units, and it should be. But how do we digitize some of those? How do we create better customer service? How do we create, I recently engaged with a brand where I'm used to calling and waiting on hold for an hour. And instead, they had me text a number. It was fully branded, which was phenomenal. And in that text message that I use in my day-to-day life, texting my family and friends, they got to me when they could, and I got to them when I could. So I wasn't in a live chat. I was in a chat when they could answer and I could answer. So I text them at midnight and said, hey, I'm having an issue with this order. 9 a.m. the next morning, I got a response. It seems like a duh moment to meet somebody where they are, but I am extremely loyal to this brand and spend way too much money with this brand, but the customer service is so good and the experience has been phenomenal. So I think taking those outside perspectives and bringing them into the logistics industry, everybody thinks it's so easy. Just create technology around logistics. And as we can see with the technology and innovation products that have come and gone, it's not easy at all. And so from a rider perspective, making sure that we're constantly having a pulse on our customers' pain points, it's the only way that we can create roadmaps that make sense for our technologies.
When you look at the future of supply chain tech and logistics tech and logistics companies and maybe even the storied history behind Ryder, what do you think is the biggest opportunity facing you guys from both a brand development point and also from a marketing standpoint? We see a lot of companies snapping to take up, those top lead in tech roles and winning awards or putting out flashy and important technology that maybe sticks, maybe doesn't. What does that future opportunity look like for you guys specifically when it comes to really capturing and developing your market on freight tech and being now a leader in the supply chain?
First and foremost, I am honored to work for a company who the customers absolutely bar none come first. It is an extremely customer-centric organization, which means that they are not as wildly focused on headlines and awards like I would want them to be from a marketing perspective, because they spend the majority of their time making sure that the customers are happy, which is phenomenal. My job is to make sure that in every respect, a customer or a prospect or somebody who's looking at joining a logistics company sees and recognizes the work that Ryder does behind the scenes as those magic logistics people to better serve our customer's customer. And so we've honestly, the future for Ryder and this industry as a whole is we have to take care of our customer, but we have to look ahead to the next generation of, we have to look ahead to the next generation of our customer's customer experience. If we don't do that as an industry, I think we will miss the mark.
You got to look at more reaching down to that next generation, right? It's almost like your customers that exist are with you for a reason. You've got them, they're on the hook, they're doing great things. Now, how can you serve the next generation?
And I think technology and innovation allows that. When you look at a visibility platform and you think of COVID, we have a customer, Do It Best, who went out with us when we were launching RiderShare, which is our visibility platform from end to end. They were able to sell 40 years worth of hand sanitizer in 10 weeks during the pandemic, because of the ability to see where their trucks and inventory were. That to me, right, I was like, I mean, that's like, how many billboards can we put that on? Because 40 years of hand sanitizer in 10 weeks is insane. And so that is the power of technology and innovation in the industry and in the logistics industry. And we have to do more of that.
Well, Victoria, we are so glad that you were able to join us and be some representation from Ryder for our Sales and Marketing Summit. Thank you so much for being here. If people want to reach out to you, get connected with Ryder, maybe see what one of those dozens of business units has to offer, where can they go to do that?
Absolutely. So Ryder.com. Go into the Tech and Innovation Hub, and you'll get to see all of the different technologies that our team works on. And then if you want to connect with me, I'm on LinkedIn, Victoria McCloskich, and good luck with my last name. Hope you find me.
I was able to get it down pronounced right. So there you go. A win for me. Thank you so much. Again, we were so excited to have you on. And thank you all for staying tuned for today's Sales and Marketing Summit here at FreightWaves. Of course, if you missed any of our content from today, you could find it on demand on tv.freightwaves.com, as well as written up from our amazing editorial team on freightwaves.com. That's it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
If you lead a sales team, you get big challenges like rising sales goals, finding great people, and keeping them. You can't wait 3 to 6 months for new reps to get up to speed, because every team member not performing impacts your goals and your commission. Welcome to the Sales Bar. The Sales Bar serves up over 200 tactical phone skill resources missing from your current onboarding. These quick-hit solutions help reps build confidence and get wins fast. It's easy for busy sales leaders to onboard BDRs, AEs, sales managers, and more, and provide ongoing development for every level, and even solve sales challenges on the spot with pre-built learning paths. Hey, we've all snoozed our way through boring online training. That's not what's on tap here. The Sales Bar is chock full of interactive and fun microlearning, plus powerful resources like script starters, cube hanger cheat sheets, activities, and even real recorded calls that help reps build skills fast. The Sales Bar also involves managers with quick reference tools like call grading forms, coaching cheat sheets, contests, and team activities that help skills stick. Sales managers even get their own development at the bar with tons of tactical sales management skills built exclusively for leaders of inside sales teams, so you can keep attrition low and sales performance high. The Sales Bar gives you an edge by providing the skills your team needs to hit quota faster, develop further, and stay longer. All available in a low-cost subscription model you can implement this week. Request a demo today and get sales results fast with the Sales Bar.
Welcome to FreightWaves' third annual Sales and Marketing Summit, an event I'm pretty proud of. I remember the first one of these, me and my buddy Kevin Hill, we were doing a show called Put That Coffee Down, and we're like, you know what? We need to do at our next live event like a breakout session for salespeople. And then COVID hit, and then we moved this over to a virtual event, and that's sort of the genesis of this. For those of you who are marketers, you don't know my show, What the Truck. My name's Dooner. I started out at FedEx Trade Networks. I've worked in operations. I transitioned from there over into sales. I was the director of marketing over at Freight Plus. And now here over at FreightWaves, I produce What the Truck. I work on our giant podcasting network, Freightcast. I market this show, and if you're on social media, you may have seen some of my stuff. And some of our guests today, we have an absolutely fantastic show. One thing we're going to get deep into with Freight Caviar, Boris Panov, and Mario Pangini from Stored is social marketing. These gentlemen have absolutely crushed it. And it's been a long time in marketing before there's been someone I've taken inspiration from, right? I usually take my inspiration from pop culture, from other mediums, from other business where like they're doing really well with this kind of stuff, being loud and in your face. Well, they have conquered like LinkedIn last year. These guys had like 100 million impressions. We're also going to get into a big topic right now, employment. You guys heard yesterday, man, that awful news out of Flexport, 20% of the staff cut. It's a scary time to be an employee. However, the hiring market is still really robust. A lot of companies overhired during COVID. They're doing some churn. Those same companies are bringing new people in, and the people around you are aware of that. So how do you bring in and how do you keep those people on the ranch? How do you keep those sales and marketing teams around? Internal marketing is just as important as external marketing. We're going to get into all that. But first, I got to tell you, if you're not registered for this show, you're not going to have a chance to win. We're giving away a dozen eggs to anybody who registers for this show. You've seen how expensive expensive those things are. No, I'm just kidding. We got a stove here. We got a Solo stove. We got a picture of this thing. Free giveaway. Register now and be entered to win a Solo stove Yukon 2.0. It's smokeless. Show that thing to the people. Look, you can roast your marshmallows on there. Out here, Chattanooga, a little cold today. You can hover your butt over that thing. It's not gas, though, so you don't have to worry about that being contraband. No one's going to take that thing away from you. Let's get into stuff today, though. We got a great guest here from Factor 8. It is Ted Martin. He is their Chief Revenue Officer over there, and he's going to help us talk a little bit about what's going on with keeping people on the ranch. Ted, thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah, Dooner, thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see you. You know, it's interesting because the hiring market's robust when you start hearing buzz terms coming in, like elective turnover, which, in my opinion, probably just means people saying they're going to quit, right?
Exactly right. Yeah, exactly.
What are you seeing around that? Are people quitting, or are people getting scared? We've heard a lot of news recently. The Amazons of the world, the Flexports of the world, releasing a lot of people.
Yeah, 100%. What we found a lot in our research is that a lot of this has to do with in the tech space where they completely overhired. And I'm not going to get into any type of stock advice from the past or anything like that. But we've done a lot of research over the past year, and some of the things that we found is that the idea from a sales and marketing leader's perspective is that it's all a financial decision as to how people make decisions on where they want to stay with their employment. And believe it or not, that's not the case.
Yeah, see, I was a sales rep, right? And I've been fired as a sales rep, and I've quit as a sales rep. So I'm a little familiar with how that goes. I know why I left my companies. One of them was because I didn't really like the manager that much. And also, I could see my fate. I knew within 2 months, like, it wasn't going to look good for me anyway. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so I'm not going to lie. First, not liking your manager is still number one. So that's not going to get away. But the next piece is pretty interesting, especially after COVID. So, with our organization, we talk to supply chain, freight, transportation leaders, sales leaders all the time. And what has transitioned due to COVID is this, believe it or not, desire around quality of life and also the belief in what it is that you're doing. And so this mindset of, being compensated or going where the highest buck is, kind of like that mercenary type approach, where back in the day, we probably would have gone for, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 more. Now what people are looking for is more internal development, career path, as well as flexibility in their in their work. And so, but the number one thing in our, we surveyed about thousands of brokers and other sales reps. And what 70% of those folks told us is that employee development and career pathing was their number one reason why they were either going to stay with their organization or why they left the organization that they were formerly with.
It's important to get ahead on this topic. And, if you notice during COVID, right, it caused a little bit of toxicity in some environments, too, because you'd have people who were there for a while. They're sticking with the company through the beginning of this COVID time. Now they're out there doing hiring sprees. And you're a rep and you're hearing about they just brought in some greenhorn and he's making $15,000 more than me. That doesn't fly, right? How do you stay ahead on this?
So I think just going back to the concept that I mentioned before around developing your people and showing the development around, where they can go. The mindset of being able to take your career to the next level is different now. Before it was like, okay, I want this next title. I want to be promoted into this next role. But what humans started to realize was that if I go into that next role, am I going to know how to do it before I get there? And so the idea of skill development or strategy development and understanding how to do that is so important. And remember, when COVID hit, a lot of organizations went through layoffs, but then there was a turn where people started hiring back. And so if you as an employer want to be an attractive either organization where you're holding on to your talent, or when you're ready to start hiring back, if you want to be an attractive employer, showing someone a career path of how you're going to develop them over their first 18 months, that might allow you to compete with organizations that might be providing a $5,000, $10,000, or $15,000 more salary than what you're able to provide as an organization.
And that's from the HR perspective. What about from the, like, our listeners, the manager perspective, right? How do they get ahead on this? How do they understand how to communicate what is going on in this environment to their employees?
So a couple of things. I think the first thing, and this happens with all active communication, is listen. So be able to actually hear and ask your employees what they care about. Some of your folks that have been with you for 10, 15, 20 years, they probably aren't going to care about career development or career pathing. But some of the folks that you've had over the past 5 years or even less, they may care about it. So first, ask questions and understand what your folks care about. And then from there, just start putting pen to paper. Bring in some of your most influential reps, some of your most influential managers, and start mapping out what could a potential career path look like? What could we educate our folks on outside of just our industry or our competition? But how can we truly help elevate the skills of the people that we have internally? And I think that's where I would start personally. I mean, in my career, I built over 15 different revenue teams across multiple industries, and that's the way I did it. So.
Well, Ted, our speed date is almost over. Any last words that you would like the audience out here to know about?
No, I think the one thing is around this idea, I call it the compensation myth, right? The idea that you have to pay more to get top talent, it doesn't have to be that way. The idea of being able, the right types of brokers are going to come to you, and you're going to be able to say, yes, maybe this organization's going to provide you with $5,000 or $10,000 more in overall compensation, but the learning and development opportunity that you're going to have, as well as the financial success that you're going to be able to have, is going to be far more impressionable to the right types of candidates. And if you can show them what an 18-month or 2-year development program might look like, even if it's just a basic type out, I think that will definitely set you apart, as well as it sets our clients apart in how they differentiate themselves from the market.
Well, hey, Ted, really cool. So people want to connect with you. Where do I send them to?
Yeah, so just send them to factor8.com, as well as you can look me up on LinkedIn, Ted Martin, and it's Factor 8. And, if you guys need anything, please feel free to reach out. I'm looking forward to helping everyone.
Hey, take it easy, Ted. Be cool, man.
All right, Dooner.
Take it easy.
Thanks for the time.
All right, talk about marketing. How about this? Meanwhile, guys, want to get this? I actually showed this to Craig Fuller yesterday, our CEO and founder. He owns Flying Magazine, and I asked him if we could start Chattanooga's first flying motorcycle club. It's from a company called Jetpack Aviation. They say that they are presenting this to the FAA. It's going to be commercially available by 2023. See yourself community office in this? Nathan Strang over at Flexport, he says that this is a good way to fix the Social Security problem because so many people in Florida are going to fall off these things and die. The only bad thing there would be if, I guess, one of these guys landed on you. That doesn't really look safe, though. I don't know. This is CGI. I'd like to see one of these in person. I remember last year we showed one of these on What the Truck, and they showed it on a track, and it was so loud. Like the thrusters underneath this thing. There's also one truth in life. Anything someone will do in a car, eat, drink, text on their phone, they're probably going to do on a flying jetpack. But let me know if you want one of those. Maybe we'll make it our giveaway at F3 when Craig Fuller and I got our flying motorcycle club. We got a great host of people here today. It is Mario Pangini, Vice President at Stewart Summit. Call him Super Mario. We got Boris Padov. He is from Superior Dispatch Services. And of course, Freight Caviar. These are all guys that if you're on LinkedIn, if you haven't seen them, you are not any part of Freight LinkedIn. Like, you guys are nuts. These guys crushed it last year. Every marketer that is listening to this right now, these guys probably destroyed you in performance. And this isn't to me no offense, but they took an amazing approach in the past year. They used a template I'm so proud of because it's a playbook that I borrow from myself, and that is using things that work in other mediums and bringing them into Freight and executing well. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming here. We are going to teach these people how to be.
Thanks for having us, Dooner.
It's funny to start things off. There's a great comment that was in here, and it's by Michelle LeBlanc, and she's responding to one of the other sessions that kind of criticized Freight marketing. It said, "Oof, as a marketer, it kind of wounds me in my soul to have things coming from comms described as inherently watered down and boring." The problem here is that for a long time, Freight marketing sure as hell was. Wouldn't you agree with that, Mario?
I think you might be giving me too much credit to think that I'm at the pinnacle of this, but we're certainly trying to change it. It's like it's funny. I feel like I'm best friends with everyone on the call, but I've really only met these folks digitally. But it's like kind of meeting your heroes for the first time. You know, Boris and Paul have been massive, massive inspirations to what we're doing over at Stored. And, you know, I was speaking to someone who's been in the B2C space their entire career, and then we brought them on at Stored, and I was like, dude, you are absolutely crushing it. Like, your content's getting so much engagement. We're bringing in so many opportunities through it. And he goes, yeah, I mean, like, I guess, like, this is just kind of like what you do in B2C marketing. But, you know, I'm thrilled that that you and the execs like seem to think it's so revolutionary. I mean, it's so unbelievably simple. It's about understanding what you need to communicate to people, understanding what they care about, and figuring out the way that you can engage them in a positive emotional reaction and grab their attention. So many brands are stuck in trying to figure out, okay, what do I want to say to them? And they don't think about what do they want to hear and what does my audience need to see in order to actually have a good experience. You give someone a good experience, they're going to love you.
Absolutely, Mario. And like, I love that you said B2C, because one of the biggest problems in freight marketing is that it didn't communicate to people. It was just a picture of a truck and everyone copying the same exact marketing copy. It did not speak to anyone. There was no emotional core there. There was no risk. There was nothing. And you wonder why it doesn't resonate. I'm sure you saw the same thing, Paul. What made you decide to target in on the approach that you've gone with your marketing? Your memes, everybody's aware of them. Everybody's seen them. Everyone's subscribing to the newsletter. Now tell us a little bit about how you decided to put your formula together.
Sure. Like, in the beginning, it was just for fun. I never thought of it anything more than just having fun. But what I realized through it all is that if you're consistent, patient, and you make content that people enjoy, literally people will start gravitating towards you. And especially in this dry kind of content industry that we're in, people actually really want this. And what's powerful about content and making content that people like, you can start afterwards selling them stuff. Like right now, we're literally about to launch Shipper CRM like within a month. I posted a few things on my Instagram and LinkedIn, and we had 400 people sign up for the wait list. And it's only because of the Freight Caviar channel. So if you look at Mario, he's got Stored. So they definitely got customers just from creating quality content that people like. And then I know Boris, like he doesn't necessarily sell any product right now, but if Boris was about to like launch a product, I guarantee you he would start, getting customers left and right just because of the fact that he created content that people enjoy. And as we all know, people are addicted to their cell phones and are on LinkedIn and social media all day long these days. So you're literally capturing so many people's like attention if you're posting on social media. So that's what I've learned, and it's really important.
Well, they love it too. Like with memes, for example, this market was so underserved. The freight market was underserved. They worked everywhere else. Why not freight? Someone who has executed this so well. You mentioned him just there. Boris, this is a dude sitting in Macedonia. Nobody should know who this guy is, yet we all do. Boris, tell us a little bit. How did you get your name across the world out of Macedonia?
I mean, I would say it's a little bit of miracle, to be honest. So my story kind of matched up a lot with Paul's story. So when I usually started, I didn't get some sort of plan where I am planning to get this and what I'm going to do forward with it. But, after some conversations and after the reach that I received on my personal profile, I kind of become with a plan that I build it up, and I just try to make a different approach to the customers that I necessarily need them for my operation to run. So the memes are some sort of a different approach to the people that I necessarily need in order to give me freight. So, for those who doesn't know, I work as a load planner, and my job is to find freight for the trucks. And instead of me trying to text everybody in the inbox, hey, my name is Boris, I need freight, like everybody else does.
Yeah, who's Boris, right?
Yeah, who's Boris, exactly. And I'm sure that after
double broker, you're going to scare people with that name sometimes. Boris, you got to be careful. You got to lead in with the memes. Well, can you tell how many impressions did you have last year? Tell the people this, because there's marketers out here that spend so much of their budget like promoting their content online instead of finding a good content creator to work with who is absolutely dunking on them. Tell us how many impressions you got.
The only thing I regret when I got the information how many impressions I got is I didn't show how many likes I got, because I wanted to tell the people that not everybody who is seeing you actually likes you, you know. But even those who don't like you and see you are some sort of fans. So yeah, the only number that I know it's in the last 365 days, the post reached 10 million impressions on LinkedIn. So that's the number.
Paul, how do you convert this? How do you turn the memes into internet money, right? How do you turn this into either sales or brand deals or ways to enhance other companies? You showed us a logo on the shirt, so you probably got some fresh ink on something. Sure. Tell us the story.
Wait.
That's for Paul.
Sorry, was that for me?
That's for you, Paul.
Sorry, Boris. I mean, just to take it all the way back, like one of my first sponsors, Ascend TMS, we're actually at their headquarters right now. They literally, they wanted me to promote Ascend TMS on Freight Caviar. And, I started talking to Tim pretty often, and we had this idea of Shipper CRM with Christian, my partner, and he was like, we're gonna integrate you into Ascend TMS. So that's why I'm here right now. So just because of the fact that I had Freight Caviar, I'm able to integrate this Shipper CRM tool that we're starting, literally because of that. So, and that, if you look at my other brand deals, like other sponsors, just because I have an audience, people will gravitate towards that. And I think people are paying more attention to that, especially in the freight marketing scene. So if anyone has an audience, it makes sense for a brand to come in and be like, hey, can you promote alongside that company? Because at the end of the day, you probably get more impressions. You will get more impressions, over social media than you would at a conference or at like a magazine that's old school. So it definitely, brand deals have been coming left and right, and it's been wonderful to see just the sheer power of the internet.
Where the hell are you anyway? What's going on behind you?
I'm in Brandon, Florida at the Ascend TMS headquarters. So nice. There's people walking in and out. Yeah.
Mario, the idea, right? You got to understand your concept. You got to understand which direction you're going in. You pick the B to C thing. How do you execute and distribute on that? How are you getting that online, and what are you using to get your message across? We know your LinkedIn strategy. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And just a kind of quick comment on something that Paul said, which is so unbelievably accurate. So you can get reach. Anyone with money can get reach. You can spend money to get content in front of anyone, and assuming you have the money, you can do it. There is literally no expertise required, no skill required, nothing special. But what is unbelievably rare to achieve, and what is unbelievably difficult to achieve, and why it's so important that you have the right strategy, or why it's so advantageous for brands to partner with and work with folks like Boris and Paul, is because the real thing that you are pursuing as a brand or as a marketer is attention. Reach is a commodity. Attention is a earned privilege. And so when you work with someone like Boris or Paul, you're not just getting their reach, which is impressive in and of itself. You're getting the attention that comes with their captivated audience, because everyone that follows Paul, everyone that follows Boris, everyone that follows Freight Caviar, they're not just following it to be like, oh, I want more content in my feed. They're following it because they're genuinely engaged. And so, on any given day, probably each and every one of us scroll through tens of thousands of individual posts, individual pieces of media. But when you've built the right strategy, very similar to what Boris and Paul have done, it's not just that your content shows up in that, list of 10,000 other options. It's that the users, the audience, be like, oh crap, like that's something new from Boris. I've got to stop scrolling. I got to pay attention. I got to read this. And it's really about captivating that attention. Attention is earned. And ultimately, less than 5% of the total group of people vying for it are actually getting it, whereas, anyone can get reach. But in terms of our strategy, it's pretty simple. I often tell people that successful marketing is maybe at the most 5% strategy, 95% execution. It's unfortunate that if you were to go and get a marketing degree or take any marketing classes, that 99% of that information will be about strategy. And then you land in a role as an operator and you realize that knowing the right channels to use, knowing the right tools, knowing how to build the right processes, that's, at most 5% of the equation. And so, I don't have any secret marketing tactics. Like I don't know of any marketing channels that other marketers don't know about. I don't know of some magical way that your ads are going to get in front of people better than someone else. And so the foundation of our strategy is exactly what I just said. It's around captivating attention. It's about understanding the problem that we solve, understanding how unbelievably painful that is for our audience, for our customers, and figuring out a way that we can hit home on the message of, we understand that problem. We are here to help you, and we know how to fix it. And if you can do that in a way that actually solicits a positive emotional response, everyone out there, it's you could go to a family gathering and one of your second cousins is going to talk about these damn supply chain issues. Everyone's talking about it. So it's unbelievably opportune for you to show that you have the strongest understanding of what's going on, and you're able to do it with content that people are actually going to enjoy. And so once you're able to do that, once you have that foundation, the process of, how do I go about reaching people on Facebook? How do I go about reaching people on LinkedIn, on Google? I'm not saying that's not important, but there are thousands of people that can do that. But the list of people that are able to actually capture that attention is unbelievably short.
It's not the views, it's the who's, right? I mean, we've all had this problem. I've been a director of marketing, and you go in your Google ads and everything, and it's like, okay, these many, but who the hell are they? That's like the power of LinkedIn too. And the power of LinkedIn, if you work with a content creator like myself or a Boris or a Paul, you are entering into highly curated networks. You're not talking about things just going out into the ether. You are talking about people who are specifically targeting industry relentlessly every single day across multiple social platforms. They're doing the hard work of creating the funnel already for you. Now it's just a matter of putting the juice in the bucket. Boris, what kind of results are you seeing, and how are you developing that? Has Superior seen business out of what you do?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you can realize, I never kind of use a strategy of usual company strategies that I chase business publicly, so I never ever in my career posted like a post about me working at Superior Dispatch Service, that I need, loads, what kind of services we offer. So what I focused on is I was trying to get myself a label in the industry, like I said. So, I was more kind of guy that I'm working to build myself a brand and have customers chasing me instead of me wasting money, company money, and chasing customers or business clients. So, so far that's it. I mean,
Paul, you get a little racy sometimes with your memes. You get a little risque. Is it a good? He just mentioned the word over there, personal brand. Is it good to start a personal brand? Should companies let their people start personal brands? And what kind of oversight, if any, should they have on it? I mean, I personally think you should let people rip, and if they screw up, you take it from there and you coach from there, and it depends on how bad they screw up. But I'm not one of those people who put shackles on people. How do you feel about it?
Sure. For me, like if someone were to post like, I guess risky content under like Freight Caviar, I see that as a plus or as like a good thing, because at the end of the day, more people are going to pay attention to it, more people are going to look at it. And for me, it's building a personal brand is definitely very valuable, and you have to be patient and consistent with it, because some people expect to they'll post something, they won't get any likes, they won't get any reactions or impressions, and they're like, whatever, this is not for me, I'm not going to do it. But I've been doing this for over 2 years now, since I started Freight Caviar, and I started at 0 followers, and now on Instagram I'm at almost 27,000, and even the following count doesn't really matter as long as you're posting content that you enjoy and that others are still enjoying it. That's the most important thing, because deals are going to come out of it. So having that personal brand, having, like for me, I have Freight Caviar, but it's extremely powerful. And just to give you an example is literally the fact that I messaged someone on Twitter a few months ago. He was a software engineer, and in his profile, he was working on something called Autobahn.ai. And I messaged him because I wanted him on my podcast, and it turned out that he closed down Autobahn.ai, and he's looking to work on something else. And we came up with this idea, Shipper CRM. and it's literally a CRM for freight brokerages. So like that came out of the fact that like I had my brand on Twitter and I messaged someone. So you never know what might come out of any interaction with anyone. Therefore, it's so important to like I said, be patient, consistent, and create that dialogue with your followers, your fans. Talk to them, see what's going on. If you do that, your I guess net worth in like the future is going to explode, because it's you're going to be of value to a lot of people, and you're going to be able to network. And networking is essentially the most important thing. It's not what you know, it's who you know. So definitely be out there, create your personal brand.
Paul, that's part of the that's part of the benefit that you also unlock when you're working with content creators, especially established ones, the top shelf ones. You're entering into a network with people who know the CEOs and founders of hundreds of companies in this business, if not thousands. You're not going to get that out of booking Google Ads. And I'm not saying like completely abandon that strategy. I'm just saying you got to rethink how you're looking at this stuff in 2023. Now, Mario, you're on like the corporate side at Stored. One thing that sort of drives me nuts, and I don't understand, is why do companies hire, like they look at degrees like, oh, this person's a marketing degree, they'll be my social media manager. Why would you ever hire someone as a social media manager who has no social media presence whatsoever? It seems like the easiest job in the world to vet for. You can just, oh, look, he's got a Twitter following, he's successfully or she successfully demonstrated some ability. But time and time again, in freight, I look at these things, I'm like, that's their marketing manager? Like they have no presence anywhere. Why?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm scratching my head on this too, and have had the question for years. And the best answer that I can give you is that it comes down to the majority of companies not understanding what they need and not understanding what good looks like. You have to remember that for the majority of people, most people are not marketing experts. Most people are not branding experts, and it's not necessarily a fault of a executive leader. They're smart enough to recognize that they need help, that they need some marketing presence. So they go out to the market to find a marketing manager, find a social media marketing manager. But again, the person making that hiring decision is not in and of themselves a expert in this, and it's far easier, it's far safer to go down this kind of traditional education route. So you say, oh, wow, this person has a Ivy League marketing degree, or, this person worked in marketing at this huge company. And that just is the established playbook. It's the safe playbook. And it's ultimately why you see so many examples of this. Obviously, I think everyone on the call would agree that that's not the right move, especially when you're hiring for a role like this, where, the thing that I often laugh about is a lot of different companies that sell sales and marketing technology or products.
They have like 100 followers.
And I'm like, I'm literally seeing the product as you're selling to me, and you suck at it. Like, in what world would I possibly trust you to do sales on my behalf when you are trying to sell to me and grossly failing? If I can sneak in just one more comment on the last topic, Boris and Paul were just so damn spot on this one piece. And it's that the goal of content marketing is to not just say, oh, I'm so great, here's my company, buy my product. No one's going to listen to that. The reality is that no matter what you do, any sort of company, 95% of the audience that they are trying to sell to is not ready to buy today. At any given time, only 5% of your buyers are in market today. And so maybe for that small percentage, this buy now marketing may work, but for everyone else, they're just going to scroll past it. So if you take the approach of saying, I am going to consistently entertain, provide insightful information, and provide value to my audience, what you've done and what Boris and Paul have done so unbelievably well is bring themselves up to the top of the queue, top of mind. And so that whether it's a week from now, 6 months from now, or 2 years from now, whenever that person is ready to buy, they're going to be the very first person they reach out to. Whenever someone is in the market for a new CRM in this industry, I can guarantee you that as soon as they determine I need a new CRM, Shipper CRM and Paul are going to be the very first people that get hit up. And the reason for that is not because Paul's been spamming them with my CRM's so awesome content year over year over year. It's because Paul has built up that credibility, that association. And so if your marketing strategy is all about your product, you're really completely ignoring, 95+% of the people that you're trying
you want to make someone feel like they're smarter or funnier, or they get, especially on social media, nobody wants to read your long ass post that's like 1,200 characters. Just make something funny. Just get to the damn point, people. I'm so sick of it. But like, here's the thing too, Paul, and I'm sure you'd agree with me on this one. So like, podcasting was my conduit, was my entryway into this. But one major issue with podcasting is on RSS feeds, you get crappy data on who your listeners are. You don't have an idea. You know how many people listen, but like, you just don't know who's doing it. So I was a big fan of the Morning Brew, and one day Craig Fuller here said, hey, I think we should launch some newsletters. So I jumped on it with What the Truck immediately, and Morning Brew is a huge fan of. So I took their style of summarizing, more concise news, more quicker there. Then at the bottom, I'll put some links to my podcast. But it made growth go majorly. It's up to 13,000, and with the click of a button, I can reach 13,000 people at once. How much of a hack has your newsletter been for you, Paul?
The newsletter for me is definitely more like, what I see it as like a passion project. It's something that I've always had in my mind. And so the newsletter is definitely great because it kind of changes, it balances out my content to where, like, if you want the funny memes and just like the funny stuff content, you can go to my Instagram, you go to my LinkedIn. But it's like, if you want like a balanced, I guess, diet of freight news and freight humor, you could go to my newsletter. Therefore, like, it kind of upgraded me in a way that, like, oh, he's not just like the guy that's making freight. He's also providing some kind of insights into the industry. Therefore, it's also helped me a lot with brand deals. Like a lot of companies that come to me, they want to sponsor the newsletter. They don't want to necessarily sponsor me. They want to sponsor the newsletter. So I'm like, well, perfect. This is where I could fit you in, kind of sort of equation. So it's definitely changed the way, I guess, people kind of look at me and the way that like sponsors are attracted to me. So it's been amazing from that angle. And that's why I'm like really excited to also just keep it going, because it is like a passion project for me. So it's like, I get really excited about just working on it, and it doesn't feel like work. So that's definitely what.
Paul, let me ask you something. Let me ask you, how do you negotiate those? How do you negotiate those deals? How do you put a value on it?
Sometimes you name a price and they'll agree with it. Sometimes they'll want to negotiate. Yeah, sometimes they'll want to negotiate, and it really depends. Like at the end of the day, it really depends. Each company is a little bit different. Each company wants something different overall, but. Right now I'm like a little bit over a half a dozen sponsors, so it's not even like I don't even have that many sponsors. So, but there's people reaching out to me consistently, and I think that number is going to continue to grow. But at the same time, it's just so. You got to talk, you got to build a relationship. That's the most important thing in this industry. And I guess this translates to any industry that you're working in. Relationships are the most important. And relationships also take time. You have to be patient. You have to be consistent. It's just like content creation. You have to put the time and effort into it, but the benefits of it will be there in the long term. And that's why don't be like, don't look at the small picture, the day-to-day picture when you're posting content or when you're building relationships. Look at the big picture. Like, how is this going to fit into your big plan? And always be networking, always be connecting with people in the industry. Being patient and consistent. I guess those are like my two main points, and always be posting.
Boris, how do brands that are listening, and I hate saying brands, because we're not talking to brands, we're talking to people. Let's remember that. But how do people who want to execute for their company, right? They're with a store, or they're with a superior. They don't have a Boris on staff. How do they execute a plan like this to get ahead in 2023 and maybe see some of the success that you have?
The fact is, the memes work for me, but that doesn't mean that it can work for somebody else. What the reality is, there is plenty of opportunities in this industry out there that can some sort of take a little bit of pieces from everything, put it together, and put it out there can make you a little bit of different, So being different and try to label yourself like on your name can help you up get the goals, chase your customers, and get more business. So for me, it has always been important to turn all this into business, not try to push like everybody else. I just focus on finding a way and put this into business. So I will kind of give an advice on people who is trying to create content. So it doesn't need to be memes. There, I don't know, plenty of other stuff they can do. They can kind of do rap songs with truck drivers. They can, I don't know, record containers. Make
Boris, let me jump in with one. Boris, I got one. You're making me think here. You're making me think. This is a thinking panel. Like the other one, like if you're not that funny, one of the videos that are like they do so well is take something from your industry and show people how it works. If you see some of these videos on TikTok, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're in the oil field or trucking or how to put a hitch on. You don't have to be funny. You don't even need great editing skills. Just show someone something cool. You got a really nice warehouse. You got some robots running around. Start turning that S into content. Mario, do you agree with what Boris said? And what has been your biggest failure as a marketer?
Ooh, I do agree with what Boris said, that ultimately you do need to figure out what is going to work for you. I'm biased and would say that I personally gravitate much more towards the strategies that Boris and Paul have used, but every brand needs to figure out, all right, this is what I'm trying to achieve. And this is the best way to do it. That at the end of the day, if you are just copying what someone else is doing, you will always be chasing. You'll never be leading. In terms of failures, and I know we're limited on time. I could talk for the next take a full time talking about things that I've screwed up over the years. But I think I'll share a kind of a more philosophical one. I think inherently I am a people pleaser by trait. I certainly prefer to conduct business in a situation where everyone in the room is aligned, everyone else is nodding, everyone is happy with what we're doing. But the challenge, and what I've realized kind of more recently, and what has certainly helped me personally kind of break through and start to build my own personal brand, as well as really have some breakout success on the brand side with Sword, is this realization that if you go and pitch an idea to a room of people and every single person goes, yeah, that seems pretty good, we can do that, the reality is that what that really means is, it's boring, it's safe, no one's going to really engage with that. But, if you go in and you pitch an idea, whether it's a website, a meme, a video, it doesn't matter what it is, and you go in and you share it with your team, or you share it with the rest of the leadership organization internally within a company, and let's say there's 10 people in that discussion, and 2 people go, no way, you cannot do this, that's going to kill us. But then the other 8 are like, oh my God, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, okay, little riskier, but this is the type of content, this is the type of idea that's going to drive a lot of engagement, drive a lot of value. At the end of the day, you have to overcome this reality that you will never please everyone. You won't, if you as a marketer are waiting for every single person at your company to be completely in agreement with everything you're doing, you're either going to get absolutely nothing done, or whatever you put out is going to be really, really, really freaking boring. And so once you kind of overcome this fear of realizing 2 things are true. Number 1, you can't please everyone and not everyone's going to agree with you. And number 2 is realizing that if I just play it safe and copy what everyone else is doing, I will never achieve my goals. It becomes way, way, way easier to take these risks. And if you go and look out, it's not just, obviously I'm on the call with 3 people that I have unbelievable admiration for and all of your success. But to everyone listening, if you think about any of the brands, any of the marketers that you think of as being the best, your personal heroes, I can almost guarantee you that all of those people, everyone you're thinking about, have taken a lot of risks. And you've got to get comfortable with taking risks. Once you realize that complacency is guaranteed failure, becomes a lot easier to take those risks.
Hey, thank you for sharing on that one. We have an audience question. It's from Bobby B. He said, what would you recommend as conference swag, or better yet, what would you pass on conference swag? I'll start on this one. What I really like, I think Yetis are oversaturated. Way too many Yetis. Now the conference, everyone's got a Yeti at their thing. Yeah. What I like seeing is when people make baskets of local stuff. That's always just attracts my attention, because it's where did you get that stuff? Where did that stuff come from? Paul, what do you think is what are you going to pick up when you're at Manifest in a couple weeks? What booth would you gravitate towards?
Having good clothing, in my opinion. I'm gonna just show this real quick because this is a sweater, a hoodie that I got from Whimsy Intermodal.
Okay.
And honestly, it's really simple, but it's good quality.
Yeah.
Fits perfectly, and I don't know. I wear it almost like a few times a week. It's my favorite hoodie. So. It doesn't really seem like it's a branded kind of sweater. It looks like something you buy at a store, but it's good quality. It has the logo on it, and it's comfy and warm. And I think just making things simple, but yet like something that you'd want to wear on a daily basis is perfect for conferences.
What needs to go? What, chargers that will set your house on fire?
What needs to go? That's a tough one. I like free things, so I technically just take anything I can.
You're gonna be walking around with a wheelbarrow like people at GATS, just filling up with pens and hand sanitizer and old masks. Mario, what do you think's cool?
Yeah.
What do you think's cool in swag right now for conferences?
Well, what needs to go is literally anything that you wouldn't be super excited to receive. It boggles my mind that so many brands use this strategy. They're like, oh yeah, we can save some money. We can get these really, really cheap t-shirts that don't fit anyone well and aren't comfortable, but they're way cheaper, so we can get a shit ton of them and give them out to everyone. And then the result is, great, you did give them out to everyone, and 97%
they all get left in the hotel.
garbage bin at the conference or left on the ground at the hotel. And so I don't have a golden bullet of just, all right, this one thing is going to make your conference swag magical. But I agree full-heartedly with what Paul said. It's that pick whatever it is. It can be a Yeti even. It can be a sweatshirt. It can be a t-shirt. It can be a phone case, whatever it is. But less is more, quality over quantity. Pick whatever it is. If you're going to give out a jacket, find a jacket that you would be freaking thrilled to receive, that you would wear every day. Spend 2x on a per unit basis and give out less total of them, because the real goal with swag, it's only successful if two things happen. If the people you give it to actually enjoy it and have a good experience using it, and then if they keep it and wear it. And like, I'm sure all of us have more ill-fitting t-shirts that you were handed once that you've never once worn than we can count. And so, Paul's a great example here.
Too much.
Give
Well, guys,
someone something they're going to wear all the time.
Before I kick you out of here, I got a trivia question via OK Boomer. Raise your hand. So whoever raises their hand first will be able to answer first on here. Don't shout your answers out, okay? This is from the Generation Z category. You people have no excuses. Following an acquisition by Amazon in 2014, what popular live streaming service became the primary platform for streaming video games? It is Mario.
Twitch.
He nailed it, dude. Mario, I got to send you a copy of OK Boomer. You did an amazing job today. Follow all of these guys on social media. Look up Freight Caviar. Look up Boris Panov, especially on LinkedIn. Look up Mario. Follow Stored. These guys are doing an incredible job. Hey, thank you so much for educating me and our audience a little bit today at FreightWaves Sales and Marketing Summit.
Thanks, Tuner. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Hey, guys, stay tuned to the show, too. We got a whole other set coming up. And tomorrow, What the Truck is typically a live show Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at noon Eastern Time. Obviously, always found on demand on video, podcast, audio. But tomorrow, I got Pam Simon from Manifest on. She's going to be talking all about that event. I got Andrew Colhane from Torque Robotics talking autonomous trucks. The amazing Tom Curry from Tings Gate Logistics. And Kevin Kay from Trade Centric. Stay tuned. What do we got next? Will Haraway, something like that going on. We got Nick Dangles and Anthony Smith going to crush with advice for selling in a deflated market. Find me on Twitter at Timothy Dooner. Subscribe to the show. Don't be a stranger, and take care.
If you lead a sales team, you get big challenges like rising sales goals, finding great people, and keeping them. You can't wait 3 to 6 months for new reps to get up to speed, because every team member not performing impacts your goals and your commission. Welcome to the Sales Bar. The Sales Bar serves up over 200 tactical phone skill resources missing from your current onboarding. These quick-hit solutions help reps build confidence and get wins fast. It's easy for busy sales leaders to onboard BDRs, AEs, sales managers, and more, and provide ongoing development for every level, and even solve sales challenges on the spot with pre-built learning paths. Hey, we've all snoozed our way through boring online training. That's not what's on tap here. The Sales Bar is chock full of interactive and fun microlearning, plus powerful resources like script starters, cube hanger cheat sheets, activities, and even real recorded calls that help reps build skills fast. The Sales Bar also involves managers with quick reference tools like call grading forums, coaching cheat sheets, contests, and team activities that help skills stick. Sales managers even get their own development at the bar with tons of tactical sales management skills built exclusively for leaders of inside sales teams so you can keep attrition low and sales performance high. The Sales Bar gives you an edge by providing the skills your team needs to hit quota faster, develop further, and stay longer. All available in a low-cost subscription model you can implement this week. Request a demo today and get sales results fast with the Sales Bar.
Welcome back to the FreightWaves Sales and Marketing Summit. And Anthony, I can't believe it, but we are already in the very last block of the show.
Yeah, this event has flown by, and I'm excited for the next block because, shameless plug, I get to do a fireside chat, so I'm looking forward to that one. But I'm also looking forward to all the conversation going on, and of course, seeing who gets to have this giveaway.
We'll announce that coming up at the very, very end. So make sure you're staying tuned all the way through the last blocks of the show. Anthony, for people who have maybe just gotten really excited, maybe they missed a segment or two, people are busy, they've got meetings, they've got sales pitches, they got to make cold calls. Where can they go to find this information?
Well, I'm glad you asked because you can go to tv.freightwaves.com. You can watch everything on demand there. If you want to watch a segment that you missed or rewatch something, hey, maybe you missed some of What the Truck, you want to watch that segment again, you can do that, and it is available here at tv.freightwaves.com.
Maybe you want to watch regular What the Truck on a regular basis. You can also find it there along with all of our other show offerings from us here at FreightWaves. All of our virtual events are archived back on tv.freightwaves.com, so you never have to miss a moment of content. Coming on up, we've got some more exciting stuff. Anthony, you mentioned that you'll be here with Nick Dangles from Kinetic.
That's right. And, I already mentioned a couple of times that sales and marketing has changed over the last few years and months here, but there's also nuances in selling into a deflationary market because you have to also think about the macroeconomic trends, of course. Chief economist here, so I have to think about that aspect, but that also changes how you have to sell depending on what the macroeconomic environment is doing.
A glimpse into Anthony's minds. It's all trends all the time. Well, Anthony, of course, we can't put on these live events without giving a big shout out to our sponsors. So thank you guys so much at Factor 8 and at Sales Drip for being here to sponsor our Sales and Marketing Summit today. You might have seen in a commercial or two, the company spotlight for Factor 8. Incredible work being done by both of those groups. Thank you so much for being a part of the Sales and Marketing Summit. Head on over to their websites to check it out.
And it's not just me coming up in the next block. We also have Grace Sharkey, and I'm excited for this one because we get to talk about measuring analyst relations. And I think this is a big one that also goes into that aspect of sales and marketing is building out relationships. And that is just something that's always a mainstay within this industry.
Are you going to change the tagline of economy lately from inflation to relation?
That is good. Grace could do that.
Maybe.
Grace could do that. But there is still tons coming up. And I think, do we have just a little bit more time just to get registered at the very tail end?
Just a little bit. But you know what? We're going to draw for this winner here in about 15-ish minutes. So if you're not in, this is like literally your last chance. We're going to go ahead and dig right into these last two fireside chats and then stick with us to the end where we will announce that winner and talk about what's coming up in the FreightWaves.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this fireside chat at the Sales and Marketing Summit. I'm Anthony Smith, Chief Economist here at FreightWaves, and I'm excited to get to chat with Nick Dangle. He is the co-founder over at Kinetic. Nick, thanks for joining us today.
Hey, Anthony. No, thanks a lot for having me on. I appreciate it.
So, Nick, today we're talking about selling in a deflationary market. First off, of course, this at the time of the recording, we're right at the beginning of 2023. Just to kick things off, are you seeing anything different or expecting anything different coming from 2022? Do you see a carryover, much of the same, or just completely shift overall?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question because I think we've seen a dramatic shift over the past year in terms of market conditions in freight. I think everybody knows that. It's a much, much softer market now than it was over the past couple of years. and folks need to be prepared for that in terms of how they're approaching their sales.
Right. And so I think one of the big things, of course, we talk about all the time when looking at freight tech, it's been amazing just seeing all the types of innovation that's happened throughout the years here. But really one of the big things, of course, that we see within the supply chain, not just freight tech, but overall supply chain, is that being able to be funded was a lot easier. And now we're looking at this, maybe a little bit of a tighter market getting into 2023. You have to get a lot more strategic, it seems like, with your offering, with what you're doing, your operations, everything. Can you talk about some of the differences of what may have worked before, which may not work now?
Yeah, it's interesting. I like that you brought up the strategy piece of that, because from a broker's perspective, particularly, you always need to be strategic, but it's even more important now that the market's tightening up. And this applies to a lot of things in terms of how you're approaching your market, but who are you targeting? How are you approaching them? And then why should they talk to you? Those are all really big questions you need to be asking yourself as you're trying to sell into this market right now.
And what do you see as really going to be one of the strong points that folks would need to focus in on? I mean, of course, the supply chain is just so vast, but really what are going to be some of the core competencies that you think are going to be more impactful to really hone in on now more than ever?
Yeah, so if I just kind of elaborate on what I said about the strategy stuff, first of all, who are you targeting, right? Having a niche is always important, but you need to double down on that when there's a tighter market like this. So figure out, is it a commodity? Is it a vertical? Is it a geography? Or just how can you better sell to your current capacity network? So you need to think about things like that. You need to, in terms of how to approach your customers and prospects, everyone's getting blown up by phone calls right now. You're a transportation manager getting dozens of these every day. So think about other things like LinkedIn, social media, referrals. How can you get creative in terms of reaching your prospects by doing things that other people aren't doing? And then what was the last thing that I mentioned? Why should they talk to you? And again, this kind of ties into the other 2 points that I made. They're getting so many phone calls. They have so much interest. You could fall into customers over the last couple of years because people needed so much help, but now they need a reason to talk to you. So what's your value add? Is it a particular expertise that you guys have? Do you have, I don't know, a specialty in terms of their commodity? Do you have fancy customer portals and technology like automated pricing that they can utilize through working with you? So really think about what that go-to-market strategy is for your company, and think about all those different data points, even more so than usual.
I think that's a great point. Being able to focus on those competitive advantages. Okay, you're a great person, but what makes you better? What is your focus, and what can you really do better than what I have right now? I think that's a great point. When we're looking at really this, of course, shifting time here, can you talk to the importance of internal processes, especially when it comes to training? When we think about now really being effective and being efficient, I can only imagine that training takes up such a big priority right now.
I'm really glad you brought up the training point, because one of our current projects is a partnership with Metaphora, where we're building out sync logistics training. If you haven't looked at it, check it out. But training is super important. It's one of those things that tends to get neglected when the market shifts. People are the first casualty whenever the market tightens up. Brokers oftentimes want bodies on the floor being as productive as possible. So what do? They cut short their training routines or training programs and just get people on the phones. But it couldn't be more counterproductive. If you want to see somebody fall on their face and fail at sales, don't give them any training. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of people end up doing, So in going into a market that's much softer, you need to train people and give them the tools that they need to actually navigate their way through changing market conditions.
And when you're looking at, training, like you said, it's such a huge part of it and huge aspect right now. Kind of going back to your first point and really being able to be strategic and really being able to focus and, really communicate your core competencies and your competitive advantage. I can only imagine that relationships also kind of build into this. Of course, this is an industry built on relationships. What aspect do you think this will play? Do you think it's going to be even more of a focus as we get into 2023, that relationships are going to be able to be a much larger factor? Or do you think maybe it's going to be a little bit less of a factor here, and it's really going to be more around, hey, what can you offer me?
No, I think that's a great question in terms of relationships. I'd say a couple of different things to that. First, this isn't necessarily helpful to people right now, but be aware that like you need to think long term about your accounts, and what you've been doing over the past couple of years is definitely going to impact like how your customers and prospects are treating you right now. You know, if you've been trying to make as much money as possible and ripping people off for the past couple of years, well, that's going to come back around and the same thing's going to happen to you, right? Particularly because this is a time when you're going to need to have very serious conversations with your customers as they're trying to lower their prices. Like, you're going to have conversations with them of like, listen, like you're lowering your price point to a point where I'm not going to be able to service this freight, but I still want to have it, but at a higher rate. And the brokers who are able to have those conversations and have them honestly with their customers are the ones who have been having those conversations for the past 2 years and building up that relationship. I mean, if you've been trying to make as much money as you can for a couple of years, and then you go into a conversation with your customer of, hey, keep giving me this freight, but with more money, they're not going to do that. Like, you need to fall on what you've been building for the past 2 years. So not helpful right now, but like as the next market shift comes around in another couple of years, just keep that in mind.
Something that kind of sparked and came to my mind as you mentioned that is just that communication aspect, and really being able not to just kind of, try to get as much money and squeeze as much money out of a prospect or someone that you can, but really being able to, build that relationship. And I think part of it, of course, we always talk about transparency and not just, hey, where are my goods right now, but really being able to be transparent within your relationship. Can you talk to the aspect of, hey, you need to be able to really be forward and communicative with your partners with, good news and bad news. I think that probably goes a long way, just of, hey, not trying to hide a situation, hide an issue that might pop up, but really being able to say and communicate, hey, this did not go as planned. This is what we're doing about it. And this is what it means for the overall status of what's going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that transparency is key in any relationship. What I've learned in my career is that the best relationships are oftentimes built out of the biggest problems and the toughest markets. I mean, having a good relationship with your customer when the market's soft and you can cover freight left and right, that's not that hard. What becomes difficult is when you're having problems and when you need to have these tough conversations about price. Like, that's what actually develops your relationships. When things are going smoothly, I mean, anyone can develop a good relationship when things are going smoothly. It's not that hard. But when you have to have the difficult conversations, that's when you're actually going to see what your relationship's made of. And that's when you're going to build them better. And I remembered what I was going to say earlier. This kind of ties into the training stuff that I was talking about, because it doesn't necessarily come naturally to people, like, to know how to have these conversations and to understand how the market's going to change, like the way they need to price freight and the way they need to approach their customers. So you need to train people in terms of different market conditions, how they're changing and how that's going to impact how they need to approach their customers. Because someone new in the industry doesn't necessarily know that, the market's going to shift every couple of years and now the prices are going to go down, and how do I approach my customers differently and have these different conversations. So be sure you're arming your people with the tools that they need, namely training, to figure out how to have these conversations, because they're tough.
They are indeed. And I think one of the things that really kind of, comes to my mind as you talk about the training, the aspect of really being able to have a strong foundation and just really having those honest conversations and doing right by your customers, also comes to mind, shameless plug here, one of our hosts, the amazing Kevin Hill, Put That Coffee Down. One of the big things that he always talks about is scalability. And I think this all comes down to the foundation of being able to scale. Your foundation being strong, being able to have an honest workforce, being able to have those conversations, being able to really implement training. If you can have that as your foundation, I can only imagine that makes scaling that much easier.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Kevin Hill, because I was talking to him last week about something really similar. When the market's like this, you need to really focus on developing your processes. And that kind of goes into the scaling aspect too, because when it's a tight market and customers are really focused on just whoever can find me a truck, you don't necessarily need to have as solid of a process. I mean, it always helps, as you do right now, right? But now, like, one of my favorite quotes ever is from this book, Atomic Habits. It says that you don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. And I think it's immensely true. Like, you can have a goal of getting like X amount of revenue and all of these customers, but like, it's just a pipe dream unless you actually have a system in place and processes in place to help you get there. So now in particular is a time to really like look at your processes, look at your systems, see what you're doing to actually get you to those goals. And this involves things like structuring your day, right? Like, are you allotting enough time for sales calls and follow-ups and prospecting, all of that? Do you have a actual sales process, or are you just kind of winging it, cowboy style, going out there, like pounding phone calls, trying to find customers? And finally, I guess, like, doing the math too, like, how can I quantify the amount of work that I need to put in and what I need to do in order to get to those goals? Like, what's my sales cycle like? How long is it? What's my typical closing rates? So if I actually make 100 phone calls today, what's that going to turn into down the line, right? So if I want to get 10 new customers at the end of 6 months, what do I need to do to get there? So I'm really big on focusing on your processes and make sure they're actually in place to get you to whatever your goals might be.
And Nick, really just kind of capping it off here, as we look at 2023, what comes to mind as you see as really one of the main focal points, or really the theme as we enter this new year?
In terms of a theme going into 2023, I'm going to double down on my comment about how important processes are, because I think that's applicable to everybody in the industry. Whether you're a tech company or a broker or a shipper or a carrier, whoever you are, like, you need to have those processes in place to help handle changing market conditions. And if you don't, you're going to fall on your face. And I think we're going to see like which companies have them and which companies don't have processes over the next 6 to 12 months here.
Awesome, Nick. I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of this year kind of plays out. Real quick, for people watching and tuning in right now, how can they get in touch with you? Where can they find you?
Yeah, so if you want to reach out, feel free to shoot me an email. It's nick@poweredbykinetic.com, or feel free to shoot me a message on LinkedIn. I'm very active on there.
Awesome, Nick. Thanks so much for joining me today for this fireside chat. And thank you all so much for tuning in. Stay tuned, because we have plenty more content coming up on this Sales and Marketing Summit.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the FreightWaves Sales and Marketing Summit. Today, we are asking the question, how important is it for you and your supply chain company to have strong industry analyst relationships? How do those relationships pay off over time, and how do you measure the success of those relations as well? Today, we have probably the best guest to answer these questions for us. We're joined by Will Haraway, co-founder and chief content creator for Lead Coverage. Thank you, Will, for joining us. I'm excited to dive into this topic.
It is always a pleasure to talk to you, ma'am. Always.
Thank you so much, and as well with you. And the reason I think you're perfect for this topic is because of how you started in supply chain. Can you tell us about your time in supply chain analyst relations and how you feel like it's changed, especially over time?
For sure. Yeah. Started, I've been in supply chain for, I'm going to date myself and say 25 years, if you couldn't tell by the gray hairs on this video. 25 years in supply chain, so I've seen a lot. But when I started, really started working in warehouse management, and that sort of led me to Manhattan Associates. And the reason I bring up Manhattan Associates is because they were a classic, in the sense of the early 2000s, best of breed supply chain company, and so when I say that, it's like back then it was like Manhattan Associates, Oracle, Red Prairie, and JDA, which is obviously now Blue Yonder, and back then they had supply chain platforms, right? And so like when you would do, and I started doing public relations and marketing and analyst relations for Manhattan Associates, and back then, you would go through your entire platform to figure out who the right analyst to talk to was, with Gartner and Forrester and, Yankee Group. Now I'm really dating myself when I say Yankee Group for those out there. But anyway, like they don't even exist. But like back then, all of those best of breed companies, they had, a carrier platform. They had an inventory optimization platform, a distributed order management platform, obviously a warehouse management, and a transportation a TMS, transportation management solution. They all had these things within their platform, and so for me, it was great education with this, and from doing analyst relations, you would talk to all of the different people. Dwight Clappich, who was actually still at Gartner, still the same, WMS sort of expert that he was then, that he is today, and on down the line. And it would really help you learn, and it also, it was sort of all very condensed. But what happened in the 2000s was the cloud. It democratized everything. It liberated everything. And it meant that all of these pieces that used to live on a platform, and then those companies would then, they would put those solutions on premise. They would put them on your site where your headquarters was, and that's where it would work with your different clients, and they would bring in clients and charge maintenance and do training and the whole bit. So all that flew out the window, and these pieces could now live on the cloud, and companies were created around the pieces. So instead of having one plot, you would buy one supply chain solution and get all the different things that you needed. Now you could go get a cloud-based inventory optimization system, or a cloud-based digital freight broker, and on down the line, which completely opened up the market and sort of established us where we are today. That's probably been the biggest change in analyst relations for sure.
Yeah, a huge technology point for pretty much our whole economy, and one that I think is finally, over the last 5 years or so, caught wind even greater in our industry as well. A lot of great technologies have come out of that. And now, looking at the analyst relations program, why is it important for a company to have one in place, and when's the right time to even start looking at applying that as well?
Yeah, for sure. So, when companies come to us, and what was interesting, like just going back to, when I left Manhattan Associates and started my own company, it was actually a lot of the people that I had worked with or had worked against that had been at Red Prairie and just had started, those people kind of came and formed their own companies within those, if they were the product manager for warehouse management, then they would go to a warehouse management, point solution company, and then they would call and ask me those questions like, "Hey, Will, what am I supposed to do now?" And it would be as simple as like, "Well, what's your roadmap? That's what we really need to figure out. Like, what are you trying to release? What is your goal for certainly your company and your specific product?" And then it's really just organization, time, and attention, and you really want to get in, find the right universe within whatever you're doing. Could be warehouse, could be inventory, could be obviously retail, which goes on. And we were talking before that we recorded that NRF is this week, and a lot of those retail analysts are all at the Javits Center in New York right now. And a lot of the companies that we're talking about with your analyst relations program are trying to have meetings with them on site, and which is sort of a free meeting, as opposed to getting involved in a program. But it really just depends on where you are in your product cycle, and if you're ready to engage. And when you're ready to engage, anybody can do a vendor briefing with Gartner. Anybody can do a vendor briefing with Forrester and all of the different analyst firms that are out there. You don't have to be a client at that point. Now, eventually you will need to be one, but you can start that conversation when you are ready, and that's the key. And then that helps you understand, what coverage they've had so far, what your competitors are doing in the space, where they rank, and just sort of really what your goals are. Like if your space already has something like a Forrester Wave or a Magic Quadrant or a value matrix or whatever, and that's your goal, that's terrific. But sometimes those things haven't even been established. So, sometimes that's actually even better, to be honest. It's better when you can, you're sort of ahead of the game, and then you can figure out like, okay, which analysts might be interested in this sort of subset of this product that's within their, let's just say, transportation management space. And once upon a time, they wanted to talk about parcel, within transportation management. So they would go and talk to that group and just network through it until they found the right people, and then work with those guys and just build those relationships, because that's really what you're trying to do is build the relationships as you go. And if the relationship's not working, just sort of look for a recommendation for somebody else. So it's a lot like sales, to be honest, which is partly what I like the most about it, to be honest.
Yeah, and you brought up the term when you're ready to engage, right, and actually have that back and forth. And I think maybe companies, I'm coming up with that roadmap first, right, and figuring out how you're going to engage with it was probably really smart. And knowing, of course, that at some point you have to look into this relationship is one thing, but to actually say, no, I'm going to come to the table, be serious about this relationship, and know exactly what my goals are as a company is probably a huge part as well. And you did bring up a couple of companies, and I think probably the most well-known in our space is clearly Gartner. Do you always start the conversation with Gartner, or is there other places that you should look to first?
That's usually like with lead coverage. That's when people do generally come to us. Is they have either someone on their board, or sometimes their main competitor has been recognized by Gartner, or someone has reached out to them from Gartner specifically. They have, a big sales team all around the country, and they're always looking for, they're always looking for they're a company as well. They're in the sales business as well on their side. So that's when they start to get interested, and that's totally fine. I mean, that is a good way to start. I mean, they are the leader. They sort of created the industry, way back when, Mr. Gartner, and so that certainly is a good place to start, but it really isn't the end of the line for you as a company. I mean, certainly it's a great place to figure out, where your customers sit, what their coverage looks like within the space, how those relationships are looking, and then just sort of really figure out, like, again, is your space even being, is it being covered? Do you have an analyst assigned to parcel, or, digital freight brokerage, or, ocean visibility? You can get really deep into the minutiae, like rail visibility, and on down the line. We could do this for days, certainly drayage and ports. And it's just how deep within your technology stack do they go? And certainly, what happens a lot of times is people can get frustrated when they don't have either Gartner doesn't cover it, right, or they haven't covered it yet, or they just missed whatever cycle it is. Let's say it's a market guide cycle, or certainly a Magic Quadrant cycle, and those are generally run for anywhere from 12 to 18, sometimes 24 months. But there are a ton of great firms out there, and that is really where we believe that the best move is really to diversify the people that you're talking to, because if you're talking to different firms, then you can find some advocates specifically, sometimes that are, a little more agile, move a little faster. I mean, we all know this, right? It's the same in every industry. They have less people, they have less red tape, they have less editors. You know that as an editor yourself, and sometimes you can find an analyst that is so specific in your market. Like if you are doing supply chain planning for the cold food market, like so specific, as specific as you could possibly get, right? But there are analysts that have been hired from those spaces to fill those roles, and you can find those at Frost and Sullivan, or the great guys over at Nucleus Research, or certainly Forrester or IDC, or any of RSR, or any of those spaces. It just takes getting in and finding them. And sometimes you can use those pieces. You can get on a little bit of a different timeline, so you're not sitting on a a 12-month or an 18-month timeline before you see like a big result, right? That can be the thing that people get anxious, because it is, just like anything, it takes, it takes time, it takes investment to do this program right. And if you can find some other avenues, create some coverage, create some momentum, then those things can help your pipeline. Those things can help your sales team. They can help, work with your public relations. Obviously, Grace, we work with you a lot in that area and you're always so great with our clients. And we love to, to be able to get some, get like sometimes an analyst online with you as well to talk about something that is sort of happening in the market. That's actually really the best thing that can happen.
And you said, of course, a big part of this is building that relationship. But how do you measure the success of it? Everyone wants to know what's the ROI of everything that they're doing within their business. So how do you measure the success of something like this? And what's the timelines of that success look like as well?
For sure. Yeah. So what we always look at is, again, it does go back to the relationships, and the way that at Lead Coverage, the way we sort of designed our marketing is to do it like a sales team, and to look at it like, honestly, like building the same way you would nurture a relationship. And then you have to be really honest about how that relationship is going. And it should be pretty obvious. I mean, like if you're talking to these analysts, every couple of months, once a quarter, twice a quarter, depending on their coverage cycle. And I mean, you're having a conversation like Grace, you and I are having a conversation. I can tell you how it's going, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's been great as always, but to be able to log that, mark it down, assess honestly how it's going, and if it's not working, and both sides are like, maybe you're not a fit for their coverage area, maybe that's just it, maybe and you're not gonna be, and if they're honest about that, that's terrific. That they're actually doing you a huge favor, and all you really need to do there is just keep networking, and just like networking is king, right? It's the same in the analyst relations community. So we have some proprietary things that we do to sort of measure that. And then with clients, we can show them on a month to month, quarter to quarter basis just how we believe the program's going, so that you can see, because you can certainly see the progress. Coverage is obviously a great way to tell that, because coverage is, the market guy comes out, you see where you are, how you're written about, what your focus is. That's all terrific. But then how you use that coverage is key. I mean, if it's just sitting there, that's great. Tremendous, right? Nucleus, Gardner, Forrester, they all have, relationships on the end user side. They talk to those people in there, and that's great. You could potentially get a lead out of that way. That's sometimes how it happens. But it's great to be proactive with that research. Go ahead and do some programs around it. Like, I'll give you an example of when it can work, just sort of across the board, is like you think about the robot warehouse marketplace, right? And you think about a scenario like the pandemic, and all of a sudden the pandemic happened. You're in the warehouse, safety's an issue. People don't want to work in the warehouse anymore. So now you have that issue, and then you have the entire world shopping online as their predominant way of shopping for more than 2 years. That takes warehouse technology and robots from being something like, oh, let's wait till we have a couple of nice quarters in a row and then we'll invest in that, to, holy crap, I've got to have that now. I've got to have that next quarter. So it's then when you're actually, the market is looking to the analysts to help them figure out like exactly what they need. Like, what do I need if I'm doing food? What do I need if I'm doing, if I'm doing retail and specific to fashion? Yeah. What am I doing? If just what is my complete niche? What kind of robot do I need? And that's where your Dwight Klappitches come in, and your Akshay Chanel, from Quadrant Knowledge. Those guys come in and can help with that. And when that coverage comes out, you take that and you build a program around it. You build a public relations program around it. You build a lead generation program around it, and these things can help your sales team find the right customers for them. And that's the, obviously we want to measure that as the, sales is king, leads are king, and that's what we're all trying to do as a marketing team.
So at the end of the day, it sounds like the measurement is really any type of relationship, whereas it's two ways, right? They get to learn from you and improve on their work, and you get to lean on them to figure out what's coming next in the space as well. And I think there's no better type of relationship than that. And Will, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been an absolute help. And for everyone out there, enjoy the rest of this summit, and we'll be talking with you soon.
Well, Anthony, our first virtual event of 2023 is done and dusted. This one was so full of little tiny nuggets of great information that I'm going to have to keep them on hand.
Yeah, and I love that this was the first event of the year because it's really setting the tone to be successful in this upcoming year and how to navigate, especially during a slower market in the first half.
Absolutely. Do you have any goals for this year, Anthony, that you're looking to accomplish?
So some of my goals that within FreightWaves, of course, is to get a little bit deeper knowledge in some aspects of the supply chain, because it's always a lot to learn here, but you can sometimes get so caught up in your own niche and then forget to kind of get out into other aspects. So that's going to be my goal, is really get more in-depth knowledge in other aspects of supply chain. What about yourself?
I love that. One of my goals here within FreightWaves is definitely to continue to market myself better through this. Maybe find a different niche in FreightWaves to kind of put some effort into, and also to grow that LinkedIn following and be more consistent in posting interactive posts, not just stuff for people to read, like things to interact with people,
That's a big one. I'm glad you mentioned that, because consistency seems to be something that always kind of popped up here and there throughout this this virtual event. And it's something that I think is just really the main key to success, is really being consistent.
Right. Like one of those things I did this last week, I did a roast my resume where, I threw up my resume and I was like, all right, I'm not looking for a job, but just give me your feedback. I think that type of transparency and that type of realism, honestly, on LinkedIn, and then honesty to be who you are and market yourself like that, helps everybody in the long run.
That's exactly right. People can see your authenticity shining when you are true to yourself.
Well, thank you guys so much for being here for this virtual event. Of course, we've got a giveaway. What are we giving away, Anthony?
So this is something for the colder months here. Is it a Yeti?
No, it's a solo stove. Check it out. Sorry. It's one of those really cool miniature fire pits. They're all self-contained, and our winner for today is Shane Hill, COO at Carroll Fulmer Logistics Corporation. So Shane, thank you so much for getting registered for this virtual event, and enjoy your solo stove. If you didn't win, well, good news is you've got plenty of chances to win another virtual event prize later on this year.
That's right, and we have a big one coming up next month. We are going to have our Global Supply Chain Week, and that is going to be February 20th to February 24th, so quite the event.
Following that, we'll have Supply Chain Meets FinTech, and then a couple more sprinkled in there before we hit Future of Supply Chain live and in person in June in Cleveland, Ohio, and then of course F3 will be here in November. One more time, shout out to our sponsors before we get out of here. Thank you guys at Factor 8 and Sales Drip. Thank you all to everybody who participated in our Sales and Marketing Summit, from our viewers to our speakers. We'll see you guys with our next virtual event.
Is pizza an open-faced sandwich? It's bread.
I have been ready for this question. I've seen the show.
We're all in this together.
Thanks for making me hungry. Now I want a hot dog.
You're welcome.
Catch episodes of Check Call Tuesdays at 12:30 on FreightWaves TV. Keep up with all things Check Call on freightwaves.com/checkcall. See you on the internet.